Get this out of the way. LR 396 interim study to examine the funding needs of the Commission of Public Advocacy and to find a long-term funding solution. And good luck, Senator Kavanaugh.
Good morning, Chairman Stinner and members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is John Kavanaugh, Johncavaugh, and I represent the 9th Legislative District in Midtown Omaha, and I'm here to introduce LR 396, which is an interim study to examine the funding needs of the Commission on Public Advocacy and to find a long-term funding solution. The Commission on Public Advocacy serves an essential purpose in our criminal justice system. Created in 1995 by the legislature, the Commission provides legal services and resources to assist counties in fulfilling their obligation to provide effective assistance of counsel for indigent persons. This serves important purposes not just for those in need of counsel, but for the taxpayers as well. In larger counties, a public defender's office is staffed by full-time attorneys, provides for indigent defense. As I've mentioned oftentimes, this is a job I had for 7 years in Douglas County. The Commission steps in when there's a conflict of interest or the public defender's office otherwise cannot represent the client. In counties that do not have a full-time public defender, the court must appoint counsel at the counties, and that's the taxpayer's expense. This is where the Commission on Public Advocacy saves property taxpayers money. The Commission, with its staff of attorneys, is able to provide resources to counties and that cost is borne by the state out of the Commission's budget rather than by the county. Major felony and capital cases can cost counties a lot of money. Without the Commission's help, that cost would come from property taxes of those counties. But the Commission staff is limited and its budget is funded primarily by court fees. Court fees can be an unreliable revenue source. Court fees collected have decreased in recent years due to a decrease in court filings. And actually, Senator Stinner before pointed out this committee has previously made a budget allotment for the Commission, and that was as a result of the shortcoming of court fees in recent years. This creates a dilemma. Raising fees diminishes access to the courts, while the Commission's budget struggles to keep up with the costs. This is why I brought LR 396 to the Appropriations Committee. With the support of the Commission and a broad group of co-sponsors, I am not predisposed to any particular funding mechanism, though I do think as a matter of policy, the state should move away from using court fees to fund government functions. I believe the committee has the expertise necessary to help find a sustainable solution. You will hear from the Commission and supporters of its mission today. Thank you for your time, the opportunity, and be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. And you're welcome to come up and take a seat.
Morning. My name is Jeff Pickens. I'm Chief Counsel for the Nebraska Commission on Public Advocacy. I want to thank Senator Kavanaugh for introducing LR 396, an interim study of the Commission's funding needs. I also want to thank Senator Stinner and other members of this committee for ensuring the Commission would be adequately funded for fiscal year 2021, 2022, and fiscal year 2022, 2023. Because of you, the Commission received $520,000 from the general fund in July of 2021 and in July of 2022. Without those deposits, the Commission would have been forced to reduce its staff and the services it provides to counties. The Commission's administrative assistant, Kendra Worth, our paralegal, Shara Aiden, and I prepared a draft report for LR 396. You should have a copy of the draft report. It's 14 pages long and titled Interim Study Committee Report. Appended to the report is a chart that shows the Commission's revenue, expenditures, and fund balance from fiscal year 2005, 2006 through fiscal year 2021, 2022. Also appended to the report is a document entitled Projected Income and Expenses through fiscal year 2024, 2025. The report can provide a factual basis for the interim study. At the end of the report is a space for findings and recommendations if the committee wishes to make findings and recommendations. Kendra, Shara, and I would welcome an opportunity to assist this committee in completing the report. I want to give a brief review of the report. First of all, I want to talk about the creation of the commission. The resolution did not ask for that information, but we thought it would be helpful to include that information. The legislature created the commission because of Richardson County's experience paying for criminal defense lawyers, mostly from Lincoln and Omaha, to represent defendants in the rule of cold homicides in the mid-'80s and in the Boys Don't Cry murders.
The caller has joined the conference.
The Boys Don't Cry murders in the mid-1990s. In a nutshell, the legislature was created The legislature created the commission in 1995 to provide property tax relief. Nebraska Revised Statute, Section 29-3920 sub 5 states, property tax relief is a form of state assistance to the counties of Nebraska in providing for indigent defense services will also lessen the impact on county property taxpayers of the cost of a high-profile death penalty case, which can significantly affect the finances of the counties. The study called for a review of the statutes that direct funding to the commission. The pertinent statute is Section 29-3921. From 1996 to 2003, the commission received general funds, and the counties that used our services were required to pay 1/3 of the commission's actual expenses in defending a case. In 2003, the commission became cash funded, and all of our services were free to the counties that used our services. Initially, we received $2.75 from cases filed in Nebraska's courts. In 2005, the fee increased to $3. It has not been increased since 2005. The study called for an examination of trends in Nebraska case filings that have impacted the commission. A chart appended to the report shows revenue, expenditures, and cash fund balances from fiscal year 2005-2006 through fiscal year 2021-2022. A similar chart is on page 6 of the report. It shows just revenue from fiscal year 2007-2008 through fiscal year 2021-2022. In fiscal year 2008-2009, the commission's revenue was almost $1.3 million. In fiscal year 2021-2022, revenue was a little less than $750,000. The difference in revenue between fiscal years 2008-2009 and 2021-2022 is almost $540,000. There's no reason to believe case filings will increase to what they were in fiscal year 2008-2009. We project revenue from case filings will decrease at a rate of 6% for this fiscal year and the next 2 fiscal years. We project revenue from case filings will be a little over $702,000 this fiscal year, around $668,000 in fiscal year 2023-2024, and a little more than $634,000 in fiscal year 2024-2025. The study called for a review of other possible funding mechanisms. Of course, one would be the indigent defense fee, which is keeping it at the same rate or a higher rate, general funds or contributions from counties that use the commission's services, and some combination of those mechanisms. Senator, I said I'm going to run out of time. I have a little more material to cover.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The study also called for a determination of whether the commission could take on additional cases with additional funding. Since May of this year, the commission has been down 1 lawyer from 6 lawyers to 5 lawyers. We cannot afford to fill the vacancy, so we're taking fewer cases because we have fewer lawyers. For the last several years, the commission has had to decline court appointments in most non-homicide cases because we have a full load of murder cases. I regularly get calls from judges, clerks, and public defenders asking me to accept court appointments in non-homicide cases. If there are unusual circumstances, I'm more likely to accept an appointment in a non-homicide case, but for the most part, I have to decline the appointment. I get a lot of requests to accept appointments in sexual assault cases. With increased funding, we could fill the lawyer vacancy and get back to a normal load of cases. With even more funding, we could hire another lawyer and take on even more cases and provide even more property tax relief to the counties. Finally, the study called for an examination of the property tax relief the commission has provided. Since 1996, the commission has represented more than 1,500 indigent defendants charged with murder and other serious felonies such as child abuse resulting in death or serious bodily injury, manslaughter, kidnapping, sexual assault, and robbery, and we've done so in 72 counties. We've represented 184 indigent defendants charged with murder in 53 counties. We've represented 13 indigent defendants who were sentenced to death. I cannot give you an exact dollar amount of the property tax relief we've provided in Nebraska counties, but I can give you information on some of the cases we've handled. In a non-death penalty murder case that went to trial, jury trial in 2000, our lawyers logged in 640 hours. In a non-death penalty murder case with an insanity defense that went to trial in 2009, we spent over $24,000 for an expert witness. In Bailey Boswell's case out of Saline County that was tried in Dawson County because of pretrial publicity, our lawyers kept track of their time for the trial only. They averaged around 12 hours a day during the trial. For 15 days, the case was in trial for a total of 350 hours. Again, only for trial. Bailey Boswell's co-defendant had court-appointed private practice lawyers. They went to trial first in Saline County. We're not sure exactly how much they were paid by Saline County, but we know from reviewing the court's website, Justice, they were paid at least $326,000. On Monday, we'll know the exact amount, and we'll be able to provide that information if it's wanted. In a death penalty case for one of the defendants in the Norfolk bank murders, we spent almost $120,000 for expert witnesses alone. The lawyers for one of the other defendants in the Norfolk bank case was paid $427,000. In a death penalty case from Scottsbluff County, our lawyers logged in over 1,000 hours. The report includes information regarding other cases we handled and a few cases in which we were not appointed. Again, I want to offer our help in completing the study. I want to thank Senator Kavanaugh, and I want to thank Senator Stinner and the other members of this committee for the support you've given the commission over the years. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Senator Dorn?
Thank you for being here, but could you clarify why you sometimes end up on a case or why a public defender? If I understood you right, it's when you have time to take on certain cases.
We will always accept an appointment in a murder case. We are created to do murder cases, so we will always take murder cases. We'll find a way to take them, even if we have a heavy caseload and we're short-staffed. Typically what happens is we get appointments in cases where there is no public, or counties where there is no public defender. Sometimes there's a public defender, but that public defender doesn't have the experience to do the case. And oftentimes the public defender will stay on and do the case with us to get the experience. Sometimes the public defender has a conflict of interest and has to get out, so we take over. Judges throughout this state know that we do murder cases, and they call us and ask us to get involved in these cases. Otherwise, we don't get involved. We have to be appointed by a judge to get involved in a case.
If you're not part of it, then the public defender then generally is the one that would be appointed for those types of cases. And that bill, if I understood you right, that cost then is picked up by the taxpayers
Well,
or the county.
Yeah, the public defender's office has a budget typically. It might not include murder cases. A lot of our public defenders are contract public defenders. Some are elected, some are contract. In some counties, they just go case by case and appoint private lawyers. What we find a lot in murder cases is there are multiple defendants. One lawyer can't represent all the defendants, can only take on one defendant. So the county ends up appointing lawyers from private practice. And so oftentimes you will have private practice lawyers who are appointed, and they are paid typically between $125 and $175 an hour.
Yeah, when I was on the county board, I know they were paid at a lesser rate or whatever. And that's kind of an agreed upon rate through the process or set by the county. But if you're not there and a public defender or whoever private practice then takes, that's still a cost then for the county.
Absolutely.
Whereas you don't directly bill the county, or do you bill for part of your cost?
Between 96 and 2003, we were required to pay or to bill the county for 1/3 of our actual expenses. Since 2003, we are completely free to the counties. We don't charge them for any of our expenses. So it's a team of lawyers, a paralegal. We used to have an investigator. Now, if we need an investigator, we will retain a private investigator. We hire experts. We do depositions. There's travel. We pay for all of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Senator Coleman.
Yeah, thank you. What percentage of, and it's probably in the report, I haven't read the report yet, but what percentage of the dollars that your budget do you need from court fees?
All of our budget comes from court fees.
And you're seeing, I've watched the court fees go down. And in fact, during the pandemic, they really dropped off. But
Yeah.
hopefully so did crime. So it's all funded, but we fund some of it for it. We fund the underfunded part of it for you. Is that correct?
You bailed us out the last 2 years,
Yeah, that's right.
but that was the only time that happened.
Okay.
Over the years, the legislature has actually taken a lot of money from our fund. There was a time when we had a lot of money in our cash fund. So there are at least 5 occasions where the legislature took at least $200,000 from our cash fund.
And all you're doing is asking for it to be a general fund budget item.
To be honest with you, I don't care where the money comes from, but we need to be adequately funded, and we are not right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Questions?
Yeah.
Senator Wishon?
So when you say adequately funded, how much money are we talking about?
I think it's, we're projecting that we're going to need 1.7 million. If we're not getting any money from the indigent defense fee, if it's general funds, it would be 1.7 million for the next 2 years.
For the next 2 years, but are you able to pull for us sort of projections of what it would take for this legislature to get this commission to a point where you just have stable funding and don't have to continue to come back in this situation?
I think then we would have to go general funds. We couldn't rely on the indigent defense fee and then additional money from the general fund. Because we can predict what the indigent defense fee will be, but case filings have gone down every year since 2008, and there's no reason to believe that they won't continue to go down.
Okay.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chairman Singer. Thanks for being here. Thanks for letting me sit on the Appropriations Committee. Just to clarify, so everybody knows, the Indigent Defense Fund is on all court filings, not just on criminal court filings.
It's on most court filings, not every court filing, but it's almost all cases that are filed in Nebraska courts. But of course, some fines are uncollectible. In a lot of criminal cases, the defendant is poor, can't afford to pay the fines, so the judge will waive those.
But it is on civil filings as well.
Yes.
And that's where a lot of the decreasing in filings would probably come from in the last couple of years.
Yes, but criminal case filings have gone down as well. But with arbitration, mediation, there's a lot of case filings in the civil case, or a lot fewer filings in civil cases. In criminal cases, you've got diversion and you've got stop classes. And so we're not getting money from those cases that we did in the past.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions. One of them is that you were originally put together for high-profile first-degree murder cases, which have a significant impact on finances of the county. I think I understand that, but it goes on to say to provide legal services and resources to assist counties in fulfilling their obligation to provide effective assistance of counsel for indigent persons. How many of those cases do you take on? Or are you specifically murder cases?
Will, we were created to do murder cases.
Yes.
But we
That's what
take,
it says here.
we can
Yeah.
take other cases as well. Again, we get a lot of requests to do sexual assault cases. Those are difficult cases, and a lot of private practice lawyers don't want to do them. We have a lawyer in our office who is an expert in doing those kind of cases. And if we had the resources, he would be doing only sexual assault cases, and we could save the county a lot of money.
Well, quantify that for me. Is that going to save 500,000 or is it going to save, what is that number?
I would say in a typical murder case, if you have private practice lawyers, they're going to bill at least $100,000. If the case goes to trial, they're going to bill at least $100,000 per lawyer. Oftentimes you have two lawyers. In most cases, you will have two lawyers. In fact, a statute sort of requires two lawyers in murder cases. In our office, there are times when I'm doing a trial now. I will try that without another lawyer, but with my paralegal helping me. But I've been doing murder cases for over 26 years. Most private practice lawyers don't have that experience.
And you started out in 96 with 10 full-time employees. How many do you have now?
We have 7.
Seven.
We have 5 lawyers, an administrative assistant, and a paralegal.
And you're budgeted to have 6 lawyers.
We're budgeted to have 6 lawyers.
But you can't find another attorney or,
No, we could. We lost a lawyer in May. We can't afford to hire another lawyer.
okay.
We wouldn't have any trouble finding a lawyer.
Okay, back in 96 to 2003, it says here that there were burn grant funds available. What was that about?
Well, we had 2 lawyers whose salaries were provided for by the burn grant money. That ran out, and at least that's what I've been told. I'm not entirely certain why we went from general funds to cash funds in 2003. I was busy doing one of the Norfolk Bank cases, then I didn't have time to do anything else. But I've been told that we were losing that grant money. And so we wanted to keep the other 2 lawyers on, and a decision was made to go to cash.
But you don't know what the status of these types of funds are?
Oh, yes, I do. There's nothing available.
Okay, it's been used up.
Yeah, we've reached out to national criminal defense organizations asking about available grants, and there's nothing available for an office like ours.
Okay, very good. Any additional questions? Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chairman. Are you aware of other states that have a similar program?
No, I'm not. I mean, there may be, but we get a lot of calls from other states asking for assistance. As you probably know, we did a challenge to the electric chair, and the Nebraska Supreme Court found that the electric chair was cruel and unusual punishment. And that was based upon the evidence that we put together. There are other states that still have the electric chair, and they reach out to us to find out how we were able to make the case that we made. And we get a lot of calls from some of these national organizations asking about our funding. But I'm not certain if there are other offices like ours. I don't think there are. I haven't heard of them.
Thank you.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Additional testifiers?
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Marv Cahote with Saline County, kind of between Gage and Seward County for geographical. Been a commissioner there for 18 years, so I've seen some of the cases that have been defended for Saline County. In fact, they've handled 17 of our cases since 1995. And again, they were the high-profile cases. Back when Aubrey Trail was going to go to trial, we did budget $300,000 for the trial and all that. We did not spend that the first year, but you figure all the things that happen after the trial, we're at that 326,000 plus, and it's not over yet. We do have over a dozen attorneys that do live in Saline County, and we also have a public defender full-time, but they don't have the expertise in murder trials. So therefore, our county judges have appointed someone outside, and for Aubrey Trail, it was outside the county. So, we did have those extra expenses. When Bailey Boswell's trial came up, we budgeted another $300,000, and we had Public Advocacy Commission attorneys doing the representation. The county attorney, I asked him for what his thoughts were about the Public Advocacy Commission. And he said that they did a good job defending the clients. We're very capable and experienced, and we're very cooperative people, which you don't always hear and then or see. And then for our district court judge, she also had a few comments she made about the commission and the trial. And she said the attorneys got along very well and were not obstructionists. So it did go real well from that viewpoint. Our final expenses for the Boswell trial, less than $50,000. And that was just for, lodging and all those things. Basically, the Public Advocacy Commission saved the Saline County over $250,000, and obviously provided some property tax relief for the Saline County residents. I remember when it was in Richardson County and they had the murder trials down there, it almost bankrupted them. Now, it won't bankrupt us, but $300,000 in our budget's a large sum. And that's basically what I wanted to share with you today.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. Marvin, M-A-R-V-I-N, Cahote, K-O-H-O-U-T. Sorry.
Thank you. Questions?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you for being here. I just want to put a point on it. So the Boswell and Trail, those were co-defendants. So the commission couldn't represent both of them.
Correct.
And the county did pay the $325,000 plus for the Trail trial.
Yes.
But the commission actually bore the cost of that $300,000 that you had budgeted
For
the
Yes.
Boswell trial. And that $50,000 that you ended up having to pay for it, what was that for?
That was less than that even, because, the jailing, the meds, and all the things like that we paid before it went to trial.
But that wasn't for the defense.
No, not at all. We didn't pay a dime for this.
So you didn't pay a dime for the defense.
So that's why it saved us well over $250,000.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Stinner and members of the Appropriations Committee.
Morning.
My name is Elaine Menzel, E-L-A-I-N-E, M-E-N-Z-E-L, here today on behalf of the Nebraska Association of County Officials. While it's not a support or oppose piece of legislation, this is something that we would be supportive of the Public Advocacy Commission, if putting it in that type of framework. Both Mr. Pickens and Chairman Coho were able to give quite a bit of information, and that kind of delved into some of the topics that I had intended to talk about perhaps. So I will sort through and hopefully not be repetitive when I speak to you. First of all, we do appreciate Senator Kavanaugh for introducing LR 396 so we can examine these issues. And we also appreciate the Appropriations Committee for the support that they have given in the past, as well as examining the issues related to the Public Advocacy Commission as now. In the past, I've testified frequently in front of the Judiciary Committee when it's related to the court fees. So that's where I've been more seen with respect to what's going on with the Public Advocacy Commission. I did go back in the legislative history a little bit, and Mr. Pickens gave you some of the details in regards to Richardson County being used as an example of a county that was a smaller county facing some multiple defendants and high costs associated with indigent defense. One of the articles is going to be provided to you in documents that are being handed out at this time, and it might be of interest to you about what the legislature was dealing with when they first considered things associated with the indigent defense. Additional documents, and I'll reference those so that you know what's being passed around, is a letter that I put together just in case I forget to tell you some of these things, but also a chart put together, and it's compiled information from both the Public Advocacy Commission and the Bar Association. With respect to the Public Advocacy Commission, it's talking about, or it's showing the cases that they've considered since their creation. Again, as Mr. Pickens referenced, that's roughly 1,550 cases in 72 counties. And so you can get an idea of what counties were represented. Importantly, you'll see that it's any size of county in terms of population, again, because of, and whether they have elected a public defender or in some situations. And then also it talks about court appointments and the cost that a county would be bearing per hour. And that information was compiled by the Bar Association. And then I'm going to take you back to a little bit of the legislative history with respect to when LB 646 that created the Public Advocacy Commission was introduced. At that time, former Senator Christensen, who had been a prosecutor, so I think that lends to the importance of prosecutors and former prosecutors recognizing the importance of having effective defense counsel available for these indigent defense cases. Prior to the introduction, there had been extensive discussions about various subjects related to taxation and also indigent defense. And during his introduction, Senator Christensen explained indigent defense was defined as those people who are unable to afford legal representation in criminal matters and are entitled to representation because of the rule of the land through the United States Supreme Court, since codified in many states, including Nebraska, thus state crimes being transferred to counties for expenses being paid. Therefore, we get to the property tax relief in part and our keen interest. But we also are definitely interested in having effective counsel for both prosecutors as well as indigent defense. Seeing my light is almost putting me to the red, I will conclude and be willing to answer any questions and also make the statement if there's further study to be conducted, we would be glad to participate.
Thank you, Elaine. Any questions? Senator Dorn.
I got one, I guess. You talked a little bit about fees, and maybe you understand part of the history. Just reading some of this here, it was originally set at $275. Is that per every case in the state of Nebraska, or is this for just certain cases? And maybe John knows too.
Mr. Pickens referenced that a little bit, and my understanding it's not necessarily all of the court cases, but
yeah.
and there are some that are waivable from what he testified to, but the rationale that I understand that it's gone down in part is because civil and not to put Ms. Neely on the spot, but the Bar Association perhaps would have some additional comments on that.
Because in 2021, there was a bill introduced to raise that amount. Well, it got raised to $3, and now there was another bill, and it says here that it became apparent that was not going to pass.
Correct. And in part, some of that could have been because of the COVID year in terms of consideration of the legislature, but also during some of the past couple of years, there have been a variety of bills that have looked at using court fees to fund, for instance, judges' retirement, indigent defense for juveniles, as I recall. There may have been a third one. And that gets into, as I referenced, that I've testified in front of judiciary in support of that legislation that would enhance funding so that adequate defense could be provided at the Public Advocacy Commission in terms of both perhaps current funding as well as perhaps an enhancement to allow them to do more services and assist counties in providing indigent defense.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, thank you for being here. I see on this one document, it says it was LB 1082 that was proposed to increase the fee by $1 that didn't pass. Was NACO in support of that bill?
We were, yes. Again, as I referenced to Senator Dorn, that would have been legislation in front of the Judiciary Committee. Therefore, you wouldn't have seen me in this committee supporting the increase of a court fee.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions? Thank you, Elaine.
Thank you.
Additional testifiers?
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Neely, ELIZABETHNEELEY. I'm the Executive Director of the Nebraska State Bar Association, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. The motto of the state of Nebraska is equality before the law, and just outcomes in the criminal justice system require capable counsel for both the defense and the prosecution. You've heard today that the Commission on Public Advocacy was created in 1995 to provide legal representation to indigent defendants charged with first-degree murder and serious violent or other drug-related felonies. The commission was created in part as a way to provide property tax relief and to protect smaller counties from bankruptcy. Prior to the establishment of the commission, a small county could go broke, covering legal fees associated with just one capital case. And we can't control what counties end up having some type of serious felony. The commission is currently understaffed, and without an increase, the commission will have to reduce services available, thereby increasing costs to counties. These are complicated cases. The stakes are high. Having a commission on public advocacy also helps ensure that lawyers providing representation in these cases are well-trained and experienced. The commission also provides legal assistance to public defenders and court-appointed attorneys, thereby raising the quality of representation across the state and providing opportunities for public defenders and other lawyers to become trained and developed in this experience in these kinds of cases. There are 11 counties in Nebraska with no lawyers and approximately 20 with 3 or fewer. There are places in our state where it would be challenging to appoint a local lawyer with the experience and training needed in these cases. This summer, the Nebraska State Bar Association did a study on the rates paid to court-appointed counsel by county. These cases, as you heard from Mr. Pickens, take considerable time. Rates paid for capital and other serious felonies are often higher than those reported in the document that you just received. So it's easy to see that the Commission on Public Advocacy is the more cost-effective model, saving counties considerable money. Right now, the Commission is funded on court filing fees. Over the years, the Commission has been asked to take on additional responsibilities and functions without additional funding. And what I'm referring to there are some grants that the Commission has some administrative functions over, some student loan forgiveness that the Commission helps administer. These court filings have been decreasing for decades, and to stabilize funding for this important state agency, it's probably time to consider a general fund appropriation in whole or in combination with some time of filing fee revenue. So on behalf of the Nebraska State Bar Association, we encourage your support of the Commission. They play a very important role in our state, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Senator Colderman.
Liz, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
The chart that you passed out, rates by county, I noticed that our county, this is one of my constituents, our county has $95, York County has $95. Is that a fee that's set in statute and allowed to increase or decrease? And obviously, you can't get much of an attorney for $95 in Seward County.
Yep. So the rates for court-appointed counsel are not in statute. They're set by the judges. The majority of the time they're set by district. So you'll notice, for example, if you look at Judicial District 12, the rate is uniform across all the counties in that district. So the judges come together, decide the rate for the district. And among the legal profession, taking a court appointment is seen as a public service. Lawyers don't expect to get their actual hourly rate when they're taking court appointments. It's considered a reduced fee and public service to take a court appointment. These are not the rates that they would be charging if it was a private client. These are reduced rates that they take because they feel it's important to provide that access to justice.
So do they have the ability to turn it down?
To turn down a court appointment, yes, you can decline. The process really is that lawyers seek to be put on the list for court appointment. And so a lot of times there's an application process where an attorney would come to the court administrator or the judge and kind of quote unquote make an application to be considered for court appointments. And that would typically start at that misdemeanor level, and as a newer attorney built experience would be considered for more serious types of cases and felonies.
So in our case, in Seward and York and Polk counties, Butler County,
Yes.
most of those counties don't have criminal defense attorneys with the kind of backgrounds necessary. So in all likelihood, they'd be coming from Lincoln or Omaha. Would that be a correct statement?
I think that would be a correct statement. Yes.
And would that carry a higher rate then?
It would not, except for the rate would be what is paid by the county. There might be some additional travel costs if you had to appoint a lawyer from another that's traveling for that purpose.
And one final comment, and I'd like your opinion on this. You've been in your position for quite a few years, longer than I've been here. But I've been here 8 years, and we've tried to increase court fees through the legislature many times to no avail. I think we hit the jackpot this year because we got the judges a little bit of an increase. But is that an accurate statement? It's very difficult to get court fees increased through the legislature?
I think that there is a balance that people are striving for. You need to make sure that your court filing fees, you don't want to fund your justice system on the backs of people, many of whom can't really afford that. And so you want to keep court costs in general reasonable. And so currently court filings fund a number of things. They fund judicial retirement. There's fees for the Legal Aid and Services Cash Fund. There's fees for the Commission on Public Advocacy, and they all add up, right? And so a lot of times people are looking at that total dollar of filing fees, not the $2 here or the $3 here. I think when Senator Chambers was here, he was an advocate of keeping filing fees down. And that landscape may or may not have changed with his departure. But it is a balancing act, right? We need to keep the system affordable. And when those fees are waived, it's the county that pays for that indigent person. And so there is kind of a cost shift back. But for me, the unpredictability of filing fee revenue is worrisome. And I think in the case of a state agency that's providing such important service to our counties, it doesn't make sense to continue to let them have that. There's a lack of, confidence from year to year what they're going to be able to do. Can we replace this lawyer? Can we take these cases? Becomes a question, and we shouldn't be in that situation.
Thank you.
Senator Wishart.
So with the purpose of this interim study being to find a long-term funding solution for this commission, you mentioned a statistic that there are counties today in Nebraska that don't have lawyers who could provide the service living in that county.
Correct.
Do you see that trending? Which direction? More counties in the state of Nebraska are going to face that or less?
Actually, I'm glad that you asked that question. And I have a map I was going to bring and should have brought. So the state of Nebraska is actually kind of a leader in the nation. This is an issue in all states, that there's legal deserts and a lack of lawyers in certain rural areas of the state. And Nebraska has some very comprehensive efforts to try and improve the number of lawyers serving in rural Nebraska. That being said, we recently did a GIS map projection of what will happen in the next 5 years if lawyers that are at retirement age are not replaced. And it is not good. I think that our number of counties with 3 or few lawyers will be over a third of the counties in Nebraska if those efforts to replace lawyers retiring in greater Nebraska are not successful. So this will be more of an issue 5 years from now in terms of being able to access local lawyers in rural areas of the state, particularly with this skill set.
Okay. And then you mentioned that we have seen revenue from court filing fees continue to decrease. Do you anticipate that that is going to be the trend?
I have no reason to believe that that trend won't continue. It was in place prior to the pandemic. I think the pandemic exacerbated the rate of it. I think in the materials that you got from the Commission on Public Advocacy, there is a chart that shows kind of by year what that filing fee revenue has done. But to Mr. Pickens' comments earlier, there are fewer cases being filed in civil court. We have diversion. There's a lot of reasons that are contributing to the decrease in filing fees, and a lot of them are good reasons. We want people to have stop class. We want people to have diversion. We want people to be able to mediate conflicts and not necessarily go through the court system. So those aren't bad things that are happening, but I think this is an unintended consequence of those other advancements, is that we have a state agency funded by filing fees, and that is, in this instance, hurting them.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sounded like someone on the phone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Spike Eichholt, S-P-I-K-E. Last name is E-I-C-K-H-O-L-T. I'm appearing as a registered lobbyist on behalf of the Nebraska Criminal Defense Attorneys Association. Our association is a member organization. We have about 350, a little bit more, attorneys around the state who generally practice criminal law. And Mr. Pickens' attorneys are also members. I wanted to mention that, and I wanted to add, or at least show or try to show the committee the value that the Commission on Public Advocacy has to criminal defense all across the state. Our member organization, we regularly have seminars, webinars, we have meetings where we discuss changes in the law, changes in statutes, changes in case law with respect to criminal defense. And Mr. Pickens' office is invaluable for that, particularly on these significantly serious cases, these homicide cases and serious sexual assault cases and other cases like that, that many of our members don't regularly have in their practice. That's important because in public defender's offices in Lancaster and Douglas County, you have that institutional expertise, you have that. But the value that the commission has is sort of a statewide, almost public defender's offices. They help those smaller rural counties and those practitioners there. So when you have the situation in which a judge has a couple of co-defendants in their courtroom, the commission can't do it because they're full up with murder cases or something like that. They've got a lawyer, a part-time public defender who simply says, I can't do that kind of case. I've got my own regular case law. Then the judge starts looking around for someone to appoint because the law requires that person has a lawyer. I've done court appointments before. Ms. Neely's right. It's difficult sometimes to do that as a profession, because even though some of the rates are $125, $175, you can't justify saying no to people who will pay you more when they show up in your office to do much simpler, much easier, and much straightforward cases where you're not kept up all night, basically, with the severity of what you're dealing with. So lawyers are difficult to find. And when a lawyer is appointed in that situation and it's their first time dealing with a sexual assault case or a serious thing, they contact Mr. Pickens' office and say, hey, I've got this pretrial hearing. Just walk me through it generally. What's going to happen? What should I do? I honestly have no idea. And that's helpful. And that's helpful for a couple of reasons. One, serious cases like death penalty cases and life sentence type cases are going to get subjected to more appellate review. In other words, if our Supreme Court sees that there was an ineffective assistance of counsel at the trial level, it's harder for the court to find that's harmless if somebody's in prison for life. In other words, the county doesn't want to pay for it the first time. They certainly don't want to pay for it when it comes back down again. The victims' families don't want to relive it again. Having quality representation the first time, make sure it's done right. And that's one advantage that the commission has, not only the cases they actually represent, but the ancillary support that they offer to lawyers across the state. Ms. Neely referenced this a little bit before, this sort of dilemma with court costs. I would submit that the legislature is doing some things right when it comes to our criminal justice system and our court system, because filings are down, because you have passed legislation to provide for problem-solving courts and enhanced diversion and mediation in civil cases. And as a consequence, the courts are used less. The court fees may not have gone up that much, but then you've got that dilemma. Well, let's just raise the court fees, but then you've got fewer people paying more to use the courts. The court fees are sort of assessed on each case, and they vary case to case. I just know from my practice that a traffic case, the court costs are $50 for each case. 3 of those $50 goes to the Commission on Public Advocacy. I think 5 goes to legal aid. I think it's 7 for each case goes to the judge's retirement. And there's some other fees that are earmarked for the court, basically for their computer system automation and those kind of things. So $3 doesn't seem like that much, but for the typical person who has to pay it, they're paying their bill to one lump sum. It is true, as Ms. Neely said, the fees can be discharged. If a defendant's in jail and in prison for the rest of their life, they're not going to be able to pay the court costs. But ultimately, and I think NACO can speak to this, then the county has to pay the state for that obligation as well. So it's something that's borne, someone's got to pay for it. So I just want to add some testimony from our perspective. I'll answer any questions if anyone has any.
Questions? I have a couple questions.
Sure.
And one of them is, I'm very, very sensitive to private versus public sector competition from the public sector as it relates to the private sector. Do you give me a sense of where the attorneys who practice this type of law, are they in competition with the advocacy? Do you get any blowback that says, hey, I should have had that case? Or
I don't think so, because the Commission on Public Advocacy is appointed in instances in which the defendant can't afford to pay for a lawyer, right? So in other words, if the family can hire somebody from a fancy law firm in Lincoln or Omaha for their family member or whatever, they're going to do it. That's not the typical client that the Commission on Public Advocacy and the private bar is competing for. So I just don't think that's there. There are some private firms, and they're my members, so I have to speak highly of them, that do very good criminal defense work. And as you can imagine, they are not necessarily going to be as accommodating to some lawyer they never heard of, calling them on the phone and say, hey, how do you guys handle these pretrial rape shield law, cases before trial. If you have a private firm where your time and your expertise has value, you're just not going to give it out to any of your private competitors. And that's one point I wanted to kind of make with the commission. If I'm an estate lawyer, I do a little bit of criminal defense on the side, I get talked into doing the serious case from some judge, and I really don't know what I'm doing. I know where I can reach out for actual helpful advice.
Senator Kavanaugh, I'm sorry I interrupted.
No, you're good. That was a good question. Thank you, Chairman Stener. I just wanted to clarify on the court fee part that you mentioned. So it's not just folks who are doing like life in prison. If somebody, so I was a public defender and I asked for a waiver of fines or fees when somebody's indigent. So if somebody's poor, they qualify for having their fees waived. In that instance, if I was ever to be successful in getting that waived, this county, Douglas County, would have had to pay the state of Nebraska the money that the judge agreed to waive in that.
That's right. And I'm not quite sure how it works, but not all of the $50 in that example, the county is responsible to pay. There are some that are considered non-dischargeable or some similar term that the county has to pay the state. I think judge retirement is one of those that they have to pay. And I'm not certain, but I think commission's fee, the indigent defense fee, is also one of those. And the thing about court costs, I gave the example of a traffic ticket, but if you launch your own civil suit, if you're a landlord, you're trying to evict a tenant for not paying, you pay the filing fee. And this is one of those fees that's on there. If you're just trying to enforce a contract, you pay the filing fee to bring your case in court. That's what Ms. Neely was talking about, access to the court system. So it's a user fee sort of borne by everybody. And I suppose as policymakers, it's easy to maybe tack on a court cost for someone who does crimes, right? Because it's kind of, well, they shouldn't have done it, right? But the court costs are assessed for everyone who wants to use the court system, not necessarily people who've been charged with the crime.
Additional questions? I'd kind of like to hear from the private sector if this becomes a law. That would be helpful to hear from them saying, we advocate for this. The other thing, in just my debit and credit way of looking at the world, if we start to take it out of general funds, it actually is funded by income, sales, and miscellaneous tax as opposed to court fees. Then additionally, we, meaning the legislature, provided a ton of tax relief, property tax relief out of those types of funds. So it's a little hard for me to make that transition to go from court fees to a general fund and call it a win. It just doesn't work in my mind anyhow. So but thank God I'll be gone and you don't have to deal with it. Anyhow, additional questions, anybody? Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like to close? Any additional
I do have a few more things I'd like to.
testifier?
Thank you, Chairman Stener and members of the Appropriations Committee, and I appreciate the interest in the issues here, and I appreciate everybody coming to testify. And I just kind of wanted to circle back and put a point on the things that people have talked about. One is that Mr. Pickens handed out this flyer. You can see these are all the counties in red that they've represented people in, have represented cases, and then I think there's a breakdown by the number. But you heard from Mr. Cohote in Saline County, that one case, the commission saved them $250,000. And this commission was founded in the interest of preventing smaller counties from going bankrupt for these unforeseen cases. Because as one of the testifiers pointed out, these are cases that you can't plan for. You don't know when the homicide is going to happen in your county, a small county or any county, and then the county is ultimately responsible to represent those, make sure those individuals get an adequate representation. As Mr. Eichel pointed out, if we don't get adequate representation, we're going to pay for it twice because it's going to come back and the county is going to be on the hook for that fee again. So it's better to do it right the first time. This is an essential service that's being funded. And to be clear to all the people who've asked this question, we did have a bill about court fees, and I was opposed to that bill. I fought with Senator Coulterman about the judge's retirement fee in particular. He won that fight, and was successful in increasing that fee. But this is a question of, one, it is an access to the courts question. There are lots of other people, not just people in criminal courts, who are paying these fees, and a lot of those do get waived or get discharged, which then the counties end up paying for. And two, it is extremely unreliable. You look at those numbers here on page 6 of the handout that Mr. Pickens handed out. The court fee dollar amount we assessed in each case was the same, and yet over the period of 10 years, the amount we collected was cut in half. The bottom line is, this is an essential service. This is something that we need to make sure is adequately funded. If we're not adequately funding it, the cost of this service falls back on these smaller counties who do not have the ability to provide this service and do not have the ability to pay for it on that basis. And so we need to find a way to make sure we're adequately funding this in a reliable way. And court fees is clearly not going to do that going in the future. Even if we increase those court fees, the amount that it's collected when we increase it is going to continue to decrease from the day we increase it until the next time we revisit the issue. So I'm here asking us to find a permanent solution that will fund this and make it stable so we know what we're doing. I think in an ideal world, we would actually increase their funding so they can take on some of those more serious sex assault cases as opposed to being limited to just the homicides and save counties even more money. So this is a fundamental function of government, and it will save taxpayer dollars at the county level. And so that's why I thought this was important. I appreciate the conversation, and I'm happy to answer any other questions if people.
Senator Dorn.
Thank you, John, for bringing this, Senator Kavanaugh for bringing this. I guess I sit here and I'm thinking through my head some things. You know, we have an increased supposedly population in at least our statewide jail system. I've been in the county enough to know the counties are having an increase and other things going on. And we hear that the court systems are maybe, I call it full, or they're challenged too with getting everything through. And yet, when you look at the 10-year history, what you brought about there, the court filing fees, they've been cut in half. Now, all these numbers are up here, and yet the filing fees are going this way. Something doesn't, I guess, give me an explanation or a thought of why that maybe isn't lining up, because common math will tell you if these numbers are high and these numbers are high, this one should be up there also.
Well, I mean, a few of the answers are that a lot of the decreases in the filing fees are from civil cases that are maybe not making it into the criminal or into the court system. But and we have created a lot of alternative courts, diversions, other programs that are taking the fees away, but they're not taking away the court time. Diversion cases still go to court. Alternative courts still go to court and go, they appear in court in front of the judge. They have hearings. They have those folks who are arrested, they're processed through. Those still take the court resources, but they don't necessarily assess the fees that we're talking about here because they get discharged without a trial or a conviction or a plea.
So over a period of time, we've kind of been our own worst enemy. We've kind of robbed Peter and not fulfilled it by having Paul make it up or whatever.
Well, it's been a successful policy, and I think we just had a hearing this week, or maybe it was last week, about expanding problem-solving courts. Those are good programs, and they solve long-term problems, and they have good outcomes for the courts and for our carceral system, getting fewer people into the system, reduce recidivism. So they achieve all those objectives. They just don't happen to fund this program, and which is another reason that this program we shouldn't be trying to get more people into the system so that we can fund programs like this, which is also a great program, which is why I think we should be funding it from general funds.
Thank you for those comments.
Questions?
Senator Bergman here.
Yes, please.
Okay, Senator, thank you. This is Bergman. I have a question for Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Kavanaugh, thank you for bringing this to our attention. We at Morrill County have used this service on several occasions, and I appreciate that. So my question, Senator Kavanaugh, is do you know of a statute, a county statute or law, that would cause someone to be incarcerated?
County statute or law that would have somebody be incarcerated. I think that's what
I'm sorry, Senator Erdman, I was having a little trouble making out exactly what you said. The speaker.
Well, what Senator Stenner said was what I asked.
And that was, can you repeat it, Senator Stenner?
Is there a county statute or law that would cause somebody to be incarcerated?
Oh, counties don't generally have their own criminal code. Cities do, city ordinances and things like that. But those level of cases would be misdemeanors. And so the Commission on Public Advocacy has not been part of enforcing any or defending anyone in those cases. They have been
I understand that, Senator. Here's my thought, and I hope you can hear me. Most often, all of these cases are state statutes or state laws, and I believe the state should be doing all of it, and the county should not have to fund any of these prosecutions.
And I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that either. But this is the defense side of that. And so I do think it's the obligation of the state to make sure that we're funding these defenses. And as I said, I would be interested in expanding their capacity to represent more than just homicides. So the counties aren't left holding the bill for these more expensive cases. But I'm open to other ideas about that as well.
I contend we ought to do both sides, but the state should. It's not a statute that the county had put in place. It's a state law. The state should be doing both.
You are correct about it being a state law.
Any additional questions? Anything else, Senator?
Thank you.
Erdman, thank you. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes our hearing on LR 396. We'll now open with LR 405. Yeah. I know. It is.
So you're going to go back.
Oh,
Well, I don't know. That's a good comment.
Thanks, John.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm with you. You know, my thoughts have been, I didn't want to raise it. What we ought to be doing is, I think every court fee that comes in, dump into the general fund. Because there's all kinds of different.
And you're in
this is.
Well, you don't know. Well, you get judges,
I'm LR 406.
Well, it sounds like you should ask Steve to bring them over.
Yeah.
Not kidding.
Somebody shuffled out of here.
This one. Isn't it?
Oh, mine has to be very good.
What's this one on?
Just for the record, this is actually LR 406. I made a mistake when I introduced that, so. Good morning, Senator Wishart and fellow members of the Appropriations Committee. For the record, my name is John, John Stinner, STINNER, and I represent District 48, which is all of Scottsbluff, Banner, and Kimball County. The purpose of LR 406 is to examine the implementation of the Information Technology Consolidation Initiative spearheaded by the Office of Chief Information Officer, or OCIO, to ensure efficient use of taxpayer resources. OCIO website states that it was created, quote, to assure a coordinated, efficient, and cost-effective approach is taken on an enterprise level for the deployment of technology by the state government. The OCIO provides a wide range of technological services to state agencies, boards, commissions, as well as political subdivisions. As the state continues to explore shared services, we have eliminated the duplication of several IT expenditures and services, lowered the cost through enterprise purchase agreements, and provided more efficient and effective ways to expand access to government services. And that's the end of the quote. OCIO has the duties to fulfill its mission statement and obligations to ensure the stated purpose of coordinating a cost-effective operation of information technology services to the state of Nebraska agencies and political subdivisions. Before I get to some of my concerns with the consolidation initiative, I first want to refresh the committee on the background of the initiative of what is meant by the IT consolidation in the context of our state's infrastructure. The IT consolidation is the centralization of all IT infrastructure in state government under the OCIO network. Hardware is purchased and maintained, servers located in centrally managed data centers, enterprise applications, and technological infrastructure for agency-specific applications are managed by the OCIO. The reasoning behind these efforts was to standardize IT activities at the lowest possible cost due to economies of scale, also to leverage the expertise of that office. While there have been cost savings realized, and I do not have the initial number, but my recollection was somewhere in the $5 to $10 million of initial cost savings was actually calculated for us. I couldn't find my notes on that, so that is an estimate and a fairly broad estimate. Some of those concerns, and I have had some concerns on my time on the Appropriations Committee. Some of those concerns include a lack of transparency in how the OCIO fee structures are organized and charged to agencies, discrepancies in fund balances, growing revenues with a corresponding decrease in expenditures, and difficulty in keeping positions filled without corresponding savings realized for agencies. Ed Toner, the current Chief Information Officer, is here to testify and elaborate to the committee on its questions regarding these and other concerns. I would like to thank the committee for its time and attention to some of these concerns I've raised, and I would especially like to thank Mr. Toner for being here today to discuss fee structure and charges to the various agencies. With that, I will open for questions.
Any questions? Seeing none.
I will join the committee since this is an LR. So. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Chairman Stinner and members of the Appropriations Committee, my name is Ed Toner, E-D, T-O-N-E-R. I am the Chief Information Officer for the state of Nebraska. I appear before you today to testify on LR 406. The National Conference of State Legislatures published an article titled "The Case for IT Consolidation" in April of 2018. The article contained the following statement: consolidating IT resources across the state, though not an easy process, is clearly a favored path. Nebraska is one of the very few states that have achieved this favored path. In 2015, recognizing that the state's siloed and disparate legacy agency approach could no longer address the growing and changing needs of the citizens and taxpayers, the Office of the CIO looked for a better solution to provide enhanced services through a consolidated IT environment. What did we mean by consolidated? In short, for code agencies, the OCIO would be responsible for infrastructure and enterprise applications, and agencies would be responsible for agency-specific applications. Nebraska's consolidation is one single network, one single domain, centralized management of an active, hot standby, geographically separated data centers, hardware managed by the Office of the CIO, servers located only in the two data centers managed by the OCIO, and enterprise applications managed by the OCIO. Applications that are specific to an agency are managed by the agency, but the technical infrastructure is managed by the Office of the CIO. Information technology has moved out of the traditional order-taking role to that of a strategic policy, business, and service partner. The OCIO initial focus included centralizing information technology, policy, strategic planning, project management, infrastructure, and addressing enterprise security needs. Enterprise applications are managed by the OCIO, such as email, data storage, etc. Applications that are specific to an agency are managed by the agency business teams, which allows them full control of their line of business. Line of business services consist of differentiated services core to the strategic mission of that agency. Consolidation efforts took place in 3 phases over an 18-month period. The first phase, consolidate networks. Second phase, consolidate server administration. Third phase, desktop support.
The caller
Mike McDonald.
has left the conference.
Existing organizations and functions were consolidated. Several were materially strengthened in depth of support and incorporated industry best standards. The technology consolidation enabled major reductions in staff and technology expenditures while maintaining and increasing service levels. A number of new functions, processes, and organizational units were also created. A centralized incident management team to enhance technology support. The risk management and mitigation team, a mitigation and compliance team, which addressed concerns about security. A centralized geographic information system team to address cross-boundary data mapping issues. A consolidated infrastructure organization to remediate reliability issues, and the creation of a strong centralized project and change management.
The caller
program.
has joined the conference.
During this consolidation, no additional funds were requested to upgrade aging hardware across the state. No outside consulting firm was hired to manage or provide guidance. This was entirely funded from the existing OCIO revolving fund budget. LR 406 sets out 7 items to be addressed as part of this interim study. Items 1 through 4 are a review of various budget programs, services, and staffing levels for the Office of the CIO. We have prepared a handout that includes information and data in response to these items. Item 5 relates to the evidence of improvements resulting from the consolidation initiative. Most of my prepared remarks that follow will address this issue. The charts and data included in this testimony will show that to date, consolidation program has saved the state over $38 million. Finally, items 6 and 7 relate to potential improvements to the consolidation initiative. I will touch briefly on these 2 items in my concluding remarks. I see that my time is starting to go.
That's fine. You just keep going.
Thank you, sir. Through the tireless efforts of personnel in the Office of the CIO, the state of Nebraska has placed among the top states in the country for technology by the Center for Digital Technology. Nebraska received 2 awards from this center. 1 for resilience and recovery and disaster recovery and the continuity of operations. The second for innovation. The Office of the CIO also earned the 2018 Enterprise Technology Management Initiative Award for the State Technology Consolidation from the National Association of State Information Officers. The award celebrates the country's leading government IT services. The tactical benefits of consolidation. We consolidated technical support by restructuring existing agency support positions located outside the Lincoln area. We had enough resources to meet staffing benchmarks to support 8 separate service centers. This allowed us to locate technical supports closer to the customer and gives us the ability to recruit from multiple rural areas of the state. We improve service levels and standardize processes across the state with integrated tools and automation. The included map below shows the 8 new OCIO support regions closer to the customer. Operational benefits. Operational benefits include the time saved through increased system availability, reduced downtime, and enhanced disaster recovery capabilities. Redundant data centers located in Omaha and Lincoln have the capability of running all critical applications independently. This allows for failover to the alternate data center when issues occur. In 2021, the failover plan was tested with success when the core network availability was affected by an edge router hardware failure. The team limited the duration of the outage by routing traffic to the alternate data center, allowing for successful replacement the following weekend. The chart with average system availability uptime over the last 12 months is included in these materials. With respect to critical issues, which we designate as P1s and P2 events, you can see in the included charts that the number and the duration of these events has steadily decreased since consolidation. Strategic benefits. In 2020, the OCIO was presented with the responsibility of transitioning a large number of state teammates to a remote working environment. Because of consolidation, the infrastructure necessary to deliver on this responsibility was already in place and functioning. While many states lack sufficient capacity to adequately support the demand in usage, Nebraska was not one of them. The customers of the OCIO immediately had access to a virtual private network with multi-factor authentication for secure work from home environment. The results: improved service delivery. Since consolidation completed in 2019, we see a steady decline trend in time to resolve for both incidents and service requests with high customer satisfaction ratings. Improved service quality. Customer surveys have been submitted for the last 3 years. And as you can see by the graphs, high scores from our customers. Savings, staff savings. Consolidation reduced the need for technology resources by 77 FTEs and 16 contractors with an accumulated savings of in excess of $30 million. The included charts below show the 101 FTEs that were transferred from the agencies to the OCIO, the 77 FTEs eliminated, and the 16 contractors positions eliminated. Physical servers eliminated or virtualized. Savings. Savings from eliminated and virtualized servers are provided in the chart below. Consolidated county AS400 server savings. Savings from the county AS400 servers that were eliminated and virtualized are provided in the chart below. Consolidated data center savings. A review of states by the National Governors Association found that operating consolidated data centers saves states millions of dollars. The OCIO consolidated into 2 data centers in Lincoln and Omaha. The agency data centers that were closed because of consolidation provided additional cost savings, eliminated risk due to their lack of threat mediation, adherence to basic best practices, and basic access control procedures in place. Consolidated IT systems allows the OCIO to deploy technology rapidly. With a consolidated data center, individual agencies no longer have to maintain distinct siloed environments, but rather take advantage of offerings already in place, such as the VPN technology deployed during COVID. Agency-specific centers were no longer needed and amounted to approximately 6,000 square feet of office space, self-reported by the agencies and their agency IT plans. Consolidating these data centers into those managed by the OCIO equates to approximately $4 million in cost savings to date, as shown by the included table. Duplicate software savings. Consolidation allows us to eliminate some duplicate software. Benefits of eliminating duplicate applications include reduced licensing costs, enhanced availability, and enhanced security. A table with the savings from duplicate software elimination is included in the materials. Budget impact. Program 173 took the full impact of the consolidation as shown in the chart below. The additional operating expenses were minimal when taking into account the additional PSL expenses and the additional servers expenses which were transferred to this program. Conclusion. Finally, with respect to potential improvements to the consolidation initiative, I welcome this committee's review of our consolidation initiative and any recommendations you may have. From the Office of the CIO's perspective, this initiative was completed successfully in 2019. However, we are always looking for opportunities to improve how we provide services to our customers. Consolidation has created additional opportunities for the Office of the CIO. The following are a few projects we are considering or in the process of implementing. Consolidation of enterprise applications such as a single time entry system, contract management system, and technology asset management systems. Expanding our role and partnership with other non-code agencies. In closing, I would like to thank the governor, this committee, and the participating agencies for supporting our efforts to better manage information technology for the state of Nebraska. I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you very much. Questions? I've got quite a few.
Senator?
One of them is what kind of oversight do you have? Is there somebody in the legislature that's part of a committee, and how many times does that committee meet? And because I basically have been shut out of any other than just coming in and talking to the head of DAS at the budget time. And you've showed up a couple times, which was very helpful because I needed to know how the consolidation was going, what the costs were associated, what the initiatives are, how we were protecting data. Now you've got a redundancy situation in Lincoln and Omaha. That's a good thing, I think.
Yes, it is, sir.
I'm hopeful that will be something. If we have a cyber attack, we can survive it. That all said, what's the oversight that we have?
I met during consolidation. I had multiple meetings with not only the governor and the governor's staff, but the governor's budget office. Every move we made, HR, Jason Jackson, who in time had HR, he met with me concerning the eliminated positions so that we could document that. During this time period, we actually eliminated 159 IT positions. I'm only claiming 77. Why am I only claiming 77? Many of those positions were unfunded, and I didn't feel like it was something I could put into this report. But every single one of those, he called in each agency. We discussed their positions. We discussed who would come into my organization, what positions we should close. As they came into my position, as you'll see from the chart, I started out with nearly 350. I'm down to 305. I'm continuing to reduce positions. I have not added from the 77 that were transferred me. I have never added an IT position to the state, not one. I also continuously get reviewed by the budget office on my rates. I'm challenged continuously on how they are incorporated. And what you'll see from the graph, I have been losing money. If you see on page 19, my expenses were much higher than my revenues. The only reason why it looks like now that I am making a profit is COVID flooded so much federal money in that the demands for my services increased dramatically. I mentioned VPN. I charge for VPN. Well, I went from a couple of thousand customers to 15,000 customers. Now, because of the fact that I have two of everything, I had two VPN servers, one in Lincoln, one in Omaha. I was able to take the additional hit with no interruption, no latency, no purchases to do this. Other states that are siloed, or what they call federated, we're buying hundreds of servers to meet the demands of their customers. I bought none. I just used what I had because I had sized it and because they all came through two servers, one in Lincoln, one in Omaha. Not only did they have the non-service interruption, but if one of my servers went down, they automatically went to the other server. So there was never we were never in the paper. We were never saying, oh, our system's dropped. More than half of the states were in the paper during COVID because their systems were overwhelmed. Because we size our systems and we duplicate our systems, that was never a factor in Nebraska. Not one outage during COVID, which is an extreme. In fact, we got an award for resiliency. That is why we got that award. But you can see that we ended up, we have always been running at a deficit. We actually, our rates are below. And we're having to talk about that with budget because our rates are too low.
Well, let me go into that. I'm going to interrupt you for
Yes,
a
sir.
second. And I truly appreciate what you have done, what you've accomplished, where we are technology-wise. But technology touches every agency
Yes, sir.
as well as the legislature.
Yes, sir.
My point is there's no mechanism for the legislature to at least be involved in a discussion or a heads up on what initiatives we're doing, how well we're doing, those types of things. So, and fee schedule. Let me get into something else, and I'm going to read a few things because I did look at your budget and the, total receipts 56 million, then the 69. These are the last 3 years, 68, and I'm doing actuals.
Yes, sir.
The expenses went from 61 to 57 to 54. You're right. The expenses are coming down. Some of that has to do with, I think we've appropriated a heck of a lot more money to this than was utilized. And now we have $14.2 million of excess funds. Let me just continue on. Here's the angst of this whole thing. And this is what I get blowback from as the chair of the budget committee. If I can find the page right here. I just went through the comments on this year's budget, OCC increases. There's 5 agencies over 100 million have commented on increases in the OCC request and significant increases, and I can get into significant as well. Then you go into the 20 million to the $100 million size budget. Again, 5 more. It ends up being about 22 agencies that I looked at, all of them commenting on huge increases meaning 30. And I'll just tell you one of the ones I looked at, a small agency to compare it with that. Their increase is 37.8%. They go, and actually they've had a 47% increase before that time. And they continue to complain that, this is sucking up some resources. Now, they did put in a considerable amount of equipment, which they need to have, but that's a significant part of their increased request that they're going to come to this budget committee with. I looked at DHHS. They've gone from 50 million to 60 million to 69 million. The request this time around is another $23 million increase in requests there. I don't see savings coming through all of this stuff coming through to the agencies. They're talking $24 and $29 million requests of additional appropriations needed to run their department. Now, some of that, in all fairness, will be federal funds because we do get reimbursed for some of those operations. I go to corrections, 35% increase in one of their major items over the last 3 years. And of course, the request now is for another 18 million and 25 million. And they additionally comment on OCIO requests is the big part of their increased request in their budget. I can go on, but I did go to your fee schedule, and I'm curious about 2 areas. One is geographic information services that go from, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 go from 950 to 2,500. charge from tier 2, 1,600 to 17,393. Tier 3, 12,000 to 25, and I presume that's per unit charge, and that's an annual charge. So big numbers there, of course.
Yes, sir. Can I address that specifically?
Yeah, please do.
That increase was actually initiated by our customer. We consolidated GIS, and in the past, GIS was spread out across all of the agencies. We now take over that responsibility. We handle all the data for not only the state agencies, but agencies such as Public Service Commission. It was recognized early on by the Nebraska Department of Transportation that they were our biggest consumer of those services. We showed them our rates. We showed them what it cost us to support them. They actually initiated that rate increase, saying that it was not fair for the OCIO to hold that burden. And so they were the ones that actually said this was an appropriate rate increase for us. And they have agreed to that in this budget. We had never had the level of service that we provide to those agencies. And so I actually thank the Department of Transportation for stepping up and saying, there's no reason why you should hold this burden on your team. And that kind of goes to my other answer to your questions. The OCIO rate increases were never in proportion to the reduced obligations of the agencies. The agencies, for example, no longer paid for 101 FTEs. The agencies no longer paid for their data centers. The agencies no longer paid for their firewalls and applications and networks that we shut down. We shut down thousands of devices that they were paying for. They no longer had that obligation. The other part of this answer of why are my rates higher, or why are they asking for more money? I have, as you can see in my chart, I have only 301 people. The state has not over 900 IT FTEs. I make up only a third of the number of IT personnel in the state. So when they come to you with increased requests, it's because they're coming to you with the same problems I have. I just got a 30% increase from Microsoft. So I have to pass that along to my customer. And we meet with all of our customers. They are seeing and experiencing the same thing. And so if you can imagine, they are double my size. Their IT organizations are double. Now, everyone in the state feels like we are IT, and we are. We control the skeleton of the state. We control the network of the state. We control the servers. We control all those things that make the state work, the things that you don't see. What we don't control are things like InFocus at DHHS. That's managed by DHHS, and they did go with a much larger budget increase. I worked with them on that. The reason why? They needed to upgrade their test environments. So they're going to be running more cycles through my mainframes. I just recently bought 2 brand new mainframes. Now the value of that is no one knows I did it. We got it installed. No one saw anything happen. So we're buying those mainframes now. It used to be 3 contracts across the state for Microsoft. 2/3 of the contract for Microsoft was paid by the other agencies. Department of Health and Human Services had their own contract. Department of Transportation had their own contract. I now share that burden alone. I pay for all of the state's contracts in regards to Microsoft. And so when an agency says that they have increased cost, please request where those costs really are coming from, because often, as I said in my testimony, they have full control of their applications. I strongly feel like that is the right thing to do. They are closer to the business. They understand their business. And I also understand that their costs have to go up. But remember, they have twice the number of IT personnel that I have. I only make up 1/3 of the personnel across the state. And yet with that 1/3, I manage every bit of infrastructure in this state and maintain an additional data center. When I came here, our data center was not only inadequate as a data center. Data centers are judged on a tiering system, tier 1 through 5. We weren't even a tier 0. We've put in $5.6 million to bring our data center here in Lincoln to a tier 4. We lowered costs by getting a agreement with Douglas County to use their data center in a barter system. We put servers in their data center, they put servers in our data center. I think one of the examples of our reduced costs is the legislature. I just found out the legislature moved their servers into our Lincoln data center, and they wanted the replication that we have in place in Omaha. You were paying $3,620 a month for a rack. You're charged now for 2 racks, fully redundant, $2,000 a month from my office. You had 1 rack and 1 single point of failure. You now have the redundancy that's afforded to all other agencies under our purview.
Here's where I'm at with this whole thing. First of all, I think the legislature should have some kind of mechanism to meet with you from time to time, maybe every quarter, to get the feedback and understanding of the initiatives, the cost associated with it, et cetera. What I thought in this consolidation situation was you start here on your income statement and it goes down to here for the various agencies. That never happened. They just continued to go up. And I'm taking line items from OCIO charges,
Right.
not from their internal charges.
Mhm.
And they're going up rapidly. And in some cases, 40%. Now, I get that they're on a small agency that gets kind of distorted, but on the larger agencies, we've seen 50% increases in cost associated with, I would say, the consolidation, because I haven't seen any pullback in any of the other line items that were associated with it. So that all said, I will say this: controlling costs on the IT side is extremely difficult. As you had said, when you're locked into a Microsoft and Microsoft says, hey, we're not going to support this anymore. Oh, by the way, here's your new charges. I get that. I get the cost of communications is continuing to go up, although I would think there should be some tapering off of the communication side of things. But, and of course, then we got cybersecurity to throw in, and those are added costs. But I'm just kind of a debit and credit person. I just want to see the decreases in cost or the stabilization of cost. You've had a pretty flat run at your expenditures, but the agencies are going up. So that's where we're at today. How do we get that?
Yeah, another factor.
Get that communicated.
Yeah, I think another factor is that the average age of the servers that I brought in, I had to replace them. They were 10 years old. We replace them on a 5-year cycle, which is the best practice. So they did incur additional.
Are you using the cloud at all? As you replace, are you going to the cloud?
We do what's called a hybrid cloud. So where we see cost advantages, we absolutely go to the cloud. We call it smart cloud. Whenever we can, if we can get a savings from a cloud offering, we will go to the cloud, and we continue to do that. But I definitely agree the costs are going up, but much of that is due to the fact that we are holding them to best practice. No longer do they run servers 14 years. No longer do they allow themselves, because why? Why do we do that? It's more, to run a server over its 5-year life means that often you lose support. Often you open yourself up to security because it's no longer being patched. We also require them to upgrade their applications. We have instances where their applications are so far out of compliance that they are no longer supported. And what that means is they no longer get patches that secure their environment. So we require that those patches are put on. That is a cost that they are incurring. So I would ask you to understand that by following best practices, by following industry standards, which is what I have brought to the state, is not cheap. But it is so vital to the security of the state, to the functionality of the applications, to ensure the reliability that we're always on. And it's been proven time and time again, our outages, when we do have an issue, we resolve it very, very quickly so that our constituents, our citizens have full access 24/7 to our environment. That does not come cheaply. And because we have instituted policies through the NITC that all applications must be upgraded to a support level that allows patching and security to be applied, that has increased costs. I acknowledge that. But I also acknowledge that it's the right thing for the citizens, for the state, to ensure that we provide the most secure and stable environment that we can possibly provide. The NITC does regulate us. I do have to report to them. I would be very pleased to give this type of report. In fact, Senator Stinner, when you asked me about this, I was enthusiastic. I wanted to tell this story. I think we have a great story here in Nebraska, and we are looked at as the model for where a state should be going.
One of the things, and it'll be in my next LR, is the problem that we have in our accounting system is we've got too many paper transactions going on. That needs to get.
Senator, you are absolutely right. I've been working with the budget on a cloud-based solution because it will be cheaper than what I could provide them. They have all.
Hopefully it'll be more accurate and hopefully somebody will reconcile the numbers.
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. We have been, and that is the beauty of this. They come to us now. The agencies, there's a term out there called the CIO is a broker. I don't like it. I think the CIO must be a valued broker. And what we're finding is I'm being reached out to by countless agencies saying, can you come in and help us with this? Budget was one. They told me about the manual processes. They told us about the paper. And they've gone through, we have a thing called a cloud committee because we felt like cloud would be the right solution for them. And we're working with them right now. In fact, they've gone through the cloud committee. We helped them with their RFP. We helped them write the RFP. And it's going to fit into our architecture. And that's the beauty of owning one network, is that when new agencies come in and when an agency's new projects from an agency come in, we can make sure it syncs with our architecture and that they can get the best benefit ever. And we are seeing increased cloud. We are assisting in that. In fact, we are one of the few states, we actually have direct connections to 2 cloud providers, which are much faster and more secure. So we are looking at that in the future, sir.
Thank you. Senator Colberman, you had a question.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Stinner. Thanks for being here today. I have a question. In your conclusion, your second bullet point there is expanding our role in partnership with other non-code agencies. I'm very familiar because of my work with the retirement committee that NEPRS is a non-code agency.
Yes.
And as an example, this past year, we put some more money in the budget for them to increase their staff so they could add a full-time person to work with exactly what you're talking about, information technology. Security, cybersecurity is huge in that arena because you're dealing with all these people's social security numbers and their cash balances and everything like that. So how soon will you be reaching out to those non-code agencies and trying to bring those costs down and at the same time protecting the protecting the security of those non-code agencies?
IMPERS is the retirement system. They are our customer. And in fact, we meet regularly with their IT staff, Jack Hardy. We helped him with his RFP. We suggested the Gartner comes in and review them. He is reporting to my office. We have a PMO, a project management office meeting every Thursday. And Jack comes every once a month to give us an update with his new project manager. We helped him with that solution and we'll continue to help him with that solution. We also have given them advice on security that needs to be put in, and they have been very cooperative and very helpful, but they are one of our existing customers.
Okay, well, and I guess that kind of plays into what Senator Stinner's asking, because I had no way of knowing that was going on. And if that's the case, I believe we as the legislature who fund all these ought to have that. We have a right to know where the dollars are going and why they're being increased. But I appreciate the fact that you're working with them. And I hope that you continue to reach out to these other non-code agencies because there's a lot of information out there and cybersecurity is of high importance anymore.
Absolutely. And Senator, that is something I need to correct.
Okay, thank you. Senator.
Thank you, Director Toner. On page 19, in your revenues, you mentioned your increase in revenues from the VPN increase from COVID. Is that going to continue? Are people staying home, working from home, or is that going to come back down so that your expenses and revenue are more equal?
We are seeing a mix. My office works in the office. That's my preference. I like to have them in the office. We are seeing a little bit of a mix. I think that it's probably a hybrid. They're doing a little bit of working at home and a little bit of working in the office, which means they'll continue to buy those services from us. So I think that will continue. The other thing was that there was just a lot of money pumped into the system. And so there was a lot of projects that the agencies needed our assistance with. So we got a lot of consulting money. We charge time and materials to do certain things for agencies when it's outside their expertise. And so during COVID, there was a lot of help that we had to give agencies to get them through that time period. So I guess short answer is yes. I believe it'll continue just because of the hybrid nature of work these days. And if they need to have a VPN for 2 days a week, they'll have to have it, the entire time.
With these excess revenues, are you planning to reduce your fees some or?
We are in consultation right now. Our concern is, as you can see, in the past, we didn't have excess. We only got excess the last 2 years. And we need to evaluate that, absolutely. And we are working with the budget office. Our concerns at this time is that an abnormality caused by COVID because of the increased needs by the agencies, or is that a continuing process that they continue to ask for more resources? So that's a good question, and we definitely have to find an answer to that.
And what has happened? Where'd the extra money go that you were excess revenues?
our excess revenues have gone to some of the expenses that we had to assume because of the COVID process. In other words, and I don't talk publicly about security, but because they are working from home, we did have to put in additional security measures that are not cheap. I need to put, I think every CIO in the country, if they don't say this, I need to continue to pump money into security. One of the things that we've done right here in Nebraska, we have only one attack surface. Most states have 20 or 30 attack surfaces. What do I mean by that? HHS had their own network when I got here. DOT, their own network. We all share one. If we were in the environment when I got here, we would have had to buy 20 security tools to support and protect 20 networks. We only have to protect one. That's it. Our focus is one. And so we have.
The caller has left the conference.
We have architected that, and we have put our resources into that single network.
All
We
right,
just saved
that's all I need. Thank you.
Senator Dorn, did you have a question?
Thank you, Chairman Senator. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the comments this morning. They're interesting. One time when I first came up here, we had the concept, I think what you've talked about is that everybody was on their own and they were trying to bring them all together. And I think we'll never be there where you want to be, but we made a lot of headways. How many are all the state agencies, and I don't know if I'm asking the right question, are they all part of this OCIC, or do we still have some out there exactly on their own?
No, the majority are. The last count, it was 77 agencies, boards, and commissions.
And they were part of this?
Yes, they are either all in 100% or they use our services. And our services extend to the counties. We have a presence in all 93 counties. We also, the city of Lincoln has asked us to house all of their infrastructure. So we do all the infrastructure for the city of Lincoln. We also do all the monitoring for the city of Lincoln. We monitor their environment. We also make deals with Douglas County. We sell our product to them. We are open to anyone who wants to join. Our requirement is, because of the security, is they have to follow our security rules. And if they do, then they are welcome. They are absolutely welcome.
One more question, I guess, and this kind of relates back to what Chairman Stinner had. When we normally see the budget proposals and they come in front of us, there's this line on there, OCIC, and it's here last year and now it's here. And we don't really ever get what I call a cost analysis or cost breakdown. So we don't know that, now they had to have this new and then that cost was passed on to them. So how is it determined, I guess, what you bill them, or how do they determine, and maybe you don't know this answer, how do they as an agency, are they lumping other things in there that maybe aren't a direct OCIC cost and yet they're counting it in their budget as that?
That is an excellent question, Senator Bond. I'm not part of I don't review what they submit, so I can't answer that directly, that they're building in some of their own costs, but we acknowledge that they do 2/3 of their cost are theirs. I can tell you the things that we do, like the big agencies, transportation, we have a very close relationship with them. HHS, I'll give you an example of just the past few months. We saw a 10% increase in usage of the mainframe. The budget office questioned why they asked for more. And then I went back and found out that there were legitimate reasons. They were doing some upgrading on their side that was going to use more of my services. So what I do is I look at trends and we give them our trend analysis. And we say, you are using X amount of our services. And then after that, the budget office knows what we've recommended. And then they look to see, well, why is there a delta? Well, in this case, the delta didn't make sense. And so they brought me in and we were able to explain why HHS actually, that was a legitimate increase. And you'll see a large increase. And it was surprising. But then once they explained it to me, what they were doing the right thing and justified it very much.
And I think that's a little bit what John, how do we, sometimes we look at justifying too why there was an increase or what knowledge do we, and I don't know where the connection can be that we can at times get more information or more stuff so that we're not just looking at a number and a number and a number.
And that is the value of this hearing to me. I don't understand the process after it leaves me. And my discussions that I have with the agencies, I think there is an improvement that needs to be made. The fact that IMPERS was not, you didn't know that we actually take care of all of their services. We need to do a better job ourselves of maybe inserting ourselves more, it sounds like, and reviewing maybe.
Legislative oversight would be good, having a committee that we can coordinate.
Yes,
communicate.
you're bringing up some very good things that from your questions, I did not understand that
We're
this
trying
wasn't.
to keep budget growth to a minimum, and when you have a line item that goes up 20, 30, 40%.
Right.
You know, somewhere the bells and whistles better go off, so.
Yes,
That's
Senator.
what this is predominantly about. And as far as accounting, the OCIO line item had better not have different things in it. It better be the OCIO's charges. So, and I would imagine the agency also takes the schedule and computes out what their charges are going to be, if indeed they're going to add something.
Yes.
So,
We do open houses too.
I think that's the problem. In fact, I'm sure that's the process.
We have open houses where we go to we call them open houses. My financial officer, Noah Finland, hosts those. And we host multiple over many, many weeks. But then we also have private discussions with the large agencies. And what we do is we explain to them, these rates didn't change. Oh, these did. And then we give them all the reasonings behind the changes, because we feel like we owe that to our customer to explain to them why our costs are changing. And we do that prior to their submission. But then we take one step further, and that is with the big agencies that we know are going to be impacted. My financial officer meets with them privately, and they also attend the open houses too. So they get a little bit more attention because of the fact that we know that it is going to be a big impact to them, and that they have to understand why we're asking for that rate increase.
Very quickly, in your budget request, you go from 170 actual people, full-time equivalents, to 195 is your request. That's 25 more folks. Any idea where you're going to find those new hires, and if that's that's the current budget?
I did not ask for any additional, and I have never asked for additional while I've been here 7.5 years.
Very good. Any additional questions? Senator.
Sure, this is Erdman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you quite well. I hope you can hear me. Mr. Toner, thank you for coming. So my question is, who hired you?
Who hired me?
Yeah.
Oh, I am a cabinet member. I was hired by Governor Ricketts on June 9th of 2015.
Okay. Secondly, I think you said you've been there 7 years. Is that correct?
That is correct. Just a little over 7.5.
So you directly report to the governor there. Is that right?
I directly report to the governor, yes, sir.
Okay. So I attended the Brand Committee budget hearing in Bedford about a month ago. And they had a line item of $125,000 for OCIO when last year it was zero. And I asked a question about that, and they said that what they were doing for email and other things, they had to discontinue that and start with you, and it was $125,000 more to them than it was the prior year. And so it appears to me that what government does to save money, they create another agency that costs more money. So tell me, why does the Brand Committee need to discontinue what they were doing and pay you $125,000 to take them on?
If I understand the question, the Brand Committee had an increase and they had a zero?
$45,000.
That's correct.
The Brand Committee has been our customer for multiple years. In fact, we were involved in their electronic, when they went to electronic brand selection. We also redesigned their network because they were having network issues years ago. So we've always had a relationship with them. I'm going to have to get back to you with the fact that if we didn't charge them, because they have been in our offices, I have been in the room with them, and we have had a relationship for years. I will have to get back with you on the specifics of that question.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Steve? Senator
That's
Urban?
it, thank you.
Senator Clements?
Thank you. One more, the same 77 agencies all put into one server system. You have ways to secure if one agency has a breach that it doesn't spread throughout the whole system?
Yes, sir, Senator. We designed our network with what's called DMZs, demilitarized zones. We block cross-traffic communication, and so that we can isolate an issue and not allow it to spread. We also use other technologies.
Yeah, I don't need details, but just wanted to make sure that's being addressed. When you put everybody in one big boat, we could all sink.
It is definitely the best practice to do this, but you bring up the point that, yes, if one chink in our armor, does it affect the rest? And we are very aware of making sure we isolate that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
The
you.
other thing that you need to have in this today is redundancy, and that was
Redundancy is,
significant, I think.
it
You
is.
could shut that whole system down, trap
Well,
whatever's
and-
going on, and then
And Senator Snyder, you bring up a very good point, because we require redundancy. We never had redundancy before. There was no redundancy when I got here. We now require people to buy 2 of everything. So their cost to us, you are actually making me think of, why are they coming for more money? Well, because when they put in a system years ago, it was one server. And now we say, no, that's critical. You have to put in 2. So we do double their costs when they actually put in a server, because of exactly that factor. So thank you for actually, that hit my mind.
you bet. Anybody else? Questions? Anybody on the phone with questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. This has been enlightening to me, and I agree. Communication definitely needs to be improved between my office and yours.
I appreciate that. And I'm going to waive my closing, if that's okay with you guys, so we can. And that concludes our testimony on LR 406. I'm going to open on LR 405, interim study to examine the Operations statewide financial system by DAS.
can you? Yes.
Let's see if we can get through this one a little quicker.
So welcome, Senator Stinner. You're now able to open on LR 405.
Well, I think it's still morning, isn't it?
The caller
Senator Burgess.
has joined the conference.
Well, welcome. Good morning, Senator Colderman and members of the Appropriations Committee. For the record, my name is John, John, Stinner, SDI, and NER, and I represent the 48th district comprised of Scottsbluff, Banner, and Kimball counties. The purpose of LR 405 is to examine the operations of the statewide financial system by the accounting administrator of the Accounting Division for the Department of Administrative Services and to ensure that internal controls are properly implemented. The Accounting Division operates and maintains a statewide financial system, pre-audits agency transactions, issues the statewide annual comprehensive financial report and budgetary reports, coordinates the long-term financing needs of the state of Nebraska, and prepares the statewide cost allocation plan. The mission statement of the Accounting Division is to lead the state agencies through our customer-oriented management and support of the financial management system, to be mindful of our responsibility to taxpayers, and to establish and follow a well-constructed plan to maximize our future endeavor. DAS has the duty to fulfill the mission statement of the Accounting Division and obligation to conform with generally accepted accounting principles for state and local governments, which are established by the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. This committee is well aware of the ongoing reports on DAS, ACFR management, especially within the past few years. As you're all aware, the Auditor's Office noted in its audit in fiscal year 21, published in April of this year, that there were a total of $10.5 billion in errors. One of the most concerning items is reported is $4.3 billion in formal adjustments to the ACFR. It's important to note that at the time of publishing, the Auditor's Office couldn't guarantee that all the errors were detected due to the size and scope of these errors. An additional $6.2 billion in errors from other items not needed formal adjustments were found. Back in August, I sent a letter to DAS to follow up on the fiscal year 21 audit corrective action items, as well as some of the discussion during the DAS budget hearing earlier. I provided your offices with copies of that letter I sent to DAS, followed by a response I've received. Phil Olson, State Accounting Administrator, is here to continue that discussion with the committee and the aforementioned concerns from April audit and a continuation of our discussions earlier. I'd like to thank Phil for his responsiveness and being here today to provide clarification of plan of action of the committee. I think there's several things I want to comment on. Obviously, this one is probably the most significant item that we have to address. If your financial statements, if you can't rely on your financial statements, you can't make good decisions. I mean, that's just a basic fundamental deal. And because we can't, over the last 2 years, come up with accuracy and timeliness of financial information, it goes deeper. It goes to the agency level. And I think as you continue on with the appropriations, I think that's the deep dive that you have to find out at agency level what is going on. And I think Phil can enlighten us on some of those things. They may be able to come up with a timely and accurate financial situation. But when you take a deeper dive and look at the internal controls, material weaknesses is a big item. If you have a material weakness, that means you can't rely on what you're looking at. And that's a little bit maybe broader than this LR is supposed to be, but they did put together a report from Deloitte Touche. I hope that you all got that report. I think there's some items there that you have to question. The use of paper to enter into the or whatever the electronic system. That makes no sense to me, and not in this environment. But even if you go to spreadsheets, even if you go to Excel spreadsheets, are they going to be accurate? And what are we tying out to? What are we reconciling to? And why aren't we reconciling? So, and those are the information, by the way, we use for our budget. So in any event, with that, I'll close and ask if there's any questions.
So I have a question. So at the hearing today, will we hear from both DAS as well as the auditors?
I have invited the state auditor.
They're here.
They are here. I hope so, because I think that's a source. Then what I want to do is really get down into the bottlenecks and the agency levels and what they're seeing there and what we need to do, both from a technological standpoint, but also an accounting standpoint. Where are we falling down? And it might be a situation where we need more qualified individuals. And I think a DAS, I've always said that they need a CPA or two running that big company. And that's billions of dollars go through there in both federal money as well as state money. And not to have a very sophisticated accounting system, I think is really a huge weakness. But I think I'll leave that up to the state auditor, or more qualified opinion people to answer that. Okay. Hey, man, thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Stinner and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Philip Olson, PHILIPOLSEN, and I'm the State Accounting Administrator at the Department of Administrative Services. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on LR 405 and provide a report on the practices undertaken most recently to fulfill our reporting obligations, ensure compliance with accounting principles, pertinent corrective measures taken, and other relevant details consistent with our leadership and support of the state's financial management systems. I'm accompanied today by Krista Davis, Deputy State Accounting Administrator. After a 20-year career in the State Auditor's Office, Krista now provides her invaluable expertise working exclusively on preparation of the annual comprehensive financial report, and we're blessed to have her guidance and knowledge on the project. I'm going to give a broad overview of state accounting's scope of work as a baseline understanding of our core functions of state accounting operations. We produce multiple statewide financial reports, including the annual comprehensive financial report, daily general fund cash flow reports. We have daily responsibility for managing and operating the state's accounting system, running the master lease program, and DAS budgeting and rate setting. State accounting oversees services that constitute the state's highest dollar programming. Among these are vendor and payroll payment processing of $12 billion, federal draws totaling $4.5 billion last year, and finally COVID-19 funding amounting to $2.6 billion. Shifting to LR 405, in addition to the detailed response I provided in advance last week, I'll provide an analysis and an evaluation of our responsibility to the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or ACFR. We've made measured decisions and adjustments in recent months to contribute to our goal of filing a timely and accurate ACFR, which we are currently on track to fulfill. We have engaged the CPA firm of Deloitte & Touche on practice improvements, recommendations, and GASB implementation, built in an experienced team, provided for error mitigation, and established realistic, scheduled, and targeted deliverables to the state auditor. We've made significant improvements in staffing and notably experience, as communicated to you in August, and in accordance with recommendations from Deloitte. Collectively, 2 new ACFR team members bring 25 years of experience directly from the auditor's office. The ACFR team is managed by Caleb Witt, who has 5 years of experience at the auditor's office. And of course, you'll recall my introduction to Krista Davis, a key leader on our team as Deputy State Accounting Administrator. We are fortunate to also have hired Raiatea Curry, gaining his specific expertise on managed care organization capitation and Medicaid drug rebates after 2 years of accounting experience at the Department of Health and Human Services. Additionally, Technical Sergeant Russell Cooper is a professional asset on our team as an intern through the Department of Defense Skill Bridge program while he's working towards completing his accounting degree. With our existing teammates, these staff additions demonstrate the experience and discipline of our 7 staff member team, inspire confidence in our operations as well as accountability and productivity. DAS has instituted a sensible production of the ACFR, of which 77 procedures due to date have been submitted to the auditors on a timely basis. Consistent with tracking deliverables and progress made to date, by mid-November, we plan to have 90% of report deliverables to the APA in a first draft by December 1st. Only one error has resulted in the auditor's office proposing an adjustment. The adjustment has been made and we're on track now, steadily moving forward in direct coordination with state agency accountants to mitigate errors, review accruals, and prepare financial reports. We are continually looking at improvement initiatives, controls, and process efficiencies. The Department of Labor has made several staffing, reporting, and process changes to more accurately and efficiently report unemployment insurance activity. The department continues to build and refine its reconciliation procedures between its new tax and benefit system and the state's accounting system. Corrective entries being carried by DAS for Department of Labor have been cleared and resolved on Labor's books. Labor continues working through restrictive system reporting capabilities and its review of certain account balances that we have questioned. While great improvements have been made, there is a risk of modified audit opinion on unemployment insurance. I'll be happy to expand upon any of the initiatives or address any questions you may have. With Krista here as well, I'm certain we can satisfy your inquiries and review of our operations.
Thank you. Tell me this, we've got 7 new folks that have terrific qualifications. Prior to this, say 4 years ago when we could turn out a financial statement on time and it had a clean opinion to it, how many people did you have at that time?
Well, sir, 4 years ago, I was with the auditor's office.
So opine for me, will you?
I believe there were some modifications to the reports even back then. I know as the audit manager, I was responsible for that project, and I recall 2 modifications, I think, in the last 2 years that I was there. So we had always recommended that they needed additional staff to bulk up their team. I think they had as few as 4 or 5. I think they had 4 people with a 5th that did kind of non-ACFR accounting for the reporting area. So when I came in 2019, having knowledge of the project, I added some bench depth to the manager who was kind of stuck whenever there was a tough question or question about a GASB and how to implement. I supported her, and then we brought on an additional position to bolster that team. And in that year, we issued the report on time and with an unmodified opinion.
So you only had 2 people more at that time.
Correct.
Than when you first started.
Correct.
And this is a recommendation by Deloitte that we needed to add these areas of expertise. Is that because the information that's coming up from the agencies are so inaccurate and need so much more work and so much more expertise?
It's a confluence of things. I think certainly that's one of them. Also, we continue to have GASB standards that are new that have to be implemented that add to our workload every year. So we're doing more work in the same confinement of the statutory requirement of getting it issued by mid-December. And then last year, the manager that was responsible for the project after about 8 years left the position. And so that left a big gap as well. And so we're trying to backfill that, which we have done with Caleb and Krista, to bring someone in that has the knowledge base just to hit the ground running and be able to do it right off the bat versus training somebody up. My experience working with, let's say, new accountants or auditors on the project, it's really about a 3-year learning curve to really get up to speed with the whole the magnitude of the project and what all goes into it.
Does DAS have any say in, for an example, the Department of Health and Human Services, what they should have as an accounting people, what they should be doing as it relates to processing daily transactions, reconciling accounts, making sure that deposits are timely, those types of general things? I would think somebody has to be overseeing this that has the expertise, and you do have a CPA, so I'm
Yes.
looking at you saying,
Yeah. From a hiring standpoint, we've not been involved with DHHS. I've now been involved with Department of Labor in hiring their most recent controller. But we do provide overall guidance and chart of accounts and what's to be used to record certain transactions. When I first stepped into the role and really started digging in and working with HHS, they had an issue from my perspective in that they were having non-accountant program staff, very knowledgeable of the program, but from a debit and credit sense, didn't understand that. They were the ones responsible for putting accruals together. And, so they started typically, incorrect off the bat. So now we've engaged not just HHS, but all the large agencies in, SOPs, standard operating procedures on how this goes together and making sure it's routed through an accountant that's responsible for actually delivering the accruals to us. And in addition to that, this year, the director of every agency signed off on their reporting package as to its accuracy.
I would think that somebody in accounting yourself would have a major influence on just the systems and procedures and the internal controls needed. I mean, the state auditor lined those out. I believe it was 5 major weaknesses that they cited. And a lot of that is internal control procedures, it's people, it's technology, it's a whole bunch of things. And it's just chaos is what it looks like to me. And how you could sit there in accounting and get this information. You could have all the people in the world. If they're not giving you the accurate, good information. You see what I'm getting to? It. This has to be pushed down even further than what we're doing at DAS.
You're absolutely correct, Senator. And we started this year bringing those people into our building, sitting down with them. We opened up our conference center in the basement of the 1526 building every Monday for, I think, 7 weeks. Invited agencies to come in with at least drafts of what they had prepared and then ultimately what they were about to submit. And we reviewed those with them, answered their questions. We had some new agencies that came saying, hey, I think I have an accrual here. And yes, you do. Here's how you need to report. And a lot of positive feedback from the agencies on that, something we'll be doing going forward. But to your point, there are a lot of subsystems out there that they're collecting data from, and they're putting it in Excel spreadsheets. These are accrual items, payables, receivables that aren't in our accounting system that we are then sort of bolting on for an accrual-based financial schedule.
Senator Wishart.
Following up, with those meetings that you've had, were all the agencies who have had issues in the past that needed to be there present?
Yes, all of them participated. HHS, Department of Transportation, Corrections, Revenue is a fantastic agency to work with. They don't have a lot of, they were there. Investment Counsel, I think I've listed them in my letter that I sent last Friday, but yes, all the major agencies and ones that we've had issues with.
Okay. And then you mentioned here that there have been great improvements with the Department of Labor, but there is still risk of a modified audit opinion on unemployment insurance. Walk me through when you understand there is still a risk, what are the steps to take to try to avoid what you're seeing, a likely outcome in the future?
Yeah, great question, Senator. So beyond working with them on what we know to be errors in their account balances and correcting those, they implemented a new IT system in November. And they've revamped some of their reporting and how they close their books. We've asked about how do you reconcile this particular account balance back to your accounting system? And it's new staff, it's a new system, and our understanding is they're still working on refining and building the reporting capabilities in that system. And while we've made, great strides on either lowering those balances to a more reasonable level, we're still, our shop has uncertainty about, their overall accuracy. And I think that is what will potentially lead to that higher risk of a modified opinion.
One of the things, this leading practice I was looking at, just on technology, integrate and automate financial data from ERP, financials, and other. It appears that we have a lot of paper transactions that have to be inputted into the system. And then, of course, some of it gets in, some of it doesn't, some of it gets inputted improperly and nobody catches it. So there's a process and procedure that has to go on in that. And describe what their best practice, leading practice, what you've done as it relates to that issue.
Yeah. So the ERP system is our Oracle accounting system.
Right.
And when we ask for accruals that are coming from these other systems, they're reported to us on Excel spreadsheets. They do come in through email. That is still currently our process. One recommendation is to build an online platform where they're submitting so that we can see, who submitted, the time that they submitted, if they changed anything, just more of an audit trail. So that is something we're looking at. But currently it is coming into us electronically. So paper-wise, internally, and partly because of COVID, we've gone all electronic. We used to have, binders with work papers and references, and all of that is now done electronically. We've taken one of the Deloitte recommendations for a standardized procedure document where we're laying out all the steps so it's consistent across all 244 procedures that we put together and submit to the auditor's office.
One of the things they had defined 3 different ledgers to capture accounting transactions, cash basis, which is what we're actually the state's on, and we do our budgeting on, modified accrual and full accrual. Is that what you're talking about? Trying to put that type of platform together?
That's a little bit different. So we have, in Oracle, we have an AA ledger, which stands for actual amounts, and that's your cash basis that you all are familiar with and working on the budget. And then we have a separate ledger called the GF ledger, which is where we put all of our accruals in that build our governmental financials. The third component is government-wide financials that have the real long-term payables, like our pension plan payables, things like that. And those are built in a separate reporting system. It's called CDM. And so those are the 3 components. Now, everything ultimately ends up in CDM. We generate reports out of Enterprise One. They get fed into this reporting system. There's a lot of articulation in the financial statements and to the footnotes that helps us monitor that all those numbers are consistent through the report. But those are the 3 components that they're speaking of. And so that has remained unchanged, and that's still the process.
Okay. This current state of technology, the interfaces and manual journals they show going into the Oracle E1, which is the system that I put a big circle around that. That has to be a major league concern for you heading up the accounting, because you've got to have timely and accurate information.
Yeah, so we've pushed all the agency directors to meet our timeline to get everything in by mid-August from an accrual perspective. All the agencies met that goal. One of the biggest ones 3 years ago, was HHS that was consistently late or requesting additional time. The last 2 years they've reported on time, and we're working on that accuracy. And another item in terms of accuracy now with the staff that we have, it's allowing additional review work, actually looking at some of the support that the agencies are providing, allowing 2 additional people to review and approve a procedure once it's prepared by one of our staff. So we've got that working across the board, and they're still able to thus far get all of the items into the APA on time.
Senator Wishart.
What are let's say an agency says I'm not going to make it on time, or they produce something for you that is not accurate. What are the accountability measures that your office has in saying, like, this cannot happen again, and these are what teeth do you have to say, like, you have to get me the information on time and it has to be accurate?
Yeah, great question. I will tell you, this year, working with the agencies on where they were, we had an offer from the governor to personally call the director of that agency if there was an issue with timeliness. We didn't make it to that level. Also, I report to Director Jackson, and he made that same offer, of course. And so having that, and then having the sign off of the directors, Danette Smith herself is signing off on the HHS accruals. That has been, just a big push by us to say, we've got to have this. We've got the statutory deadline. And if you put us behind on something, that puts every subsequent, I said there's 244 items, right? Every subsequent item after that's going to be behind because you're late.
And then just a follow-up question. Do you know, are there other states in which offices like yours get to be a very influential role in the hiring of each agency's lead in terms of the financials?
I belong to the National Association of State Comptrollers, and so we meet once a year. I've not heard of them going into other agencies and hiring. Most typically, they don't have like a large centralized, accounting group. It's typically much in the arrangement like ours is.
Okay.
How many other states have had a modified opinion during COVID? Any idea?
I know a handful: Colorado, Nevada. There are still 2 states that have yet to publish their 21 ACFR, which is probably indicative of potential modifications there. So,
What's the response? Have you had any response from the Fed saying, what's this? You got a modified opinion. I can't rely on the information that I'm seeing.
we haven't had no correspondence from the federal government in that respect. They primarily look at the single audit side of things, which is a more focused audit on federal grant awards by CFDA. And then, the auditor has comments in regards to those federal programs, and they may have question costs. And then, that cognizant federal agency will work through my office and through the responsible agency to clear that. Nothing in particular on the ACFR.
Does anybody from the feds come in, like from the Inspector General's office, to take a look at DHHS, which is really the largest amount of federal funds that we get? There's a lot of grants in there as well.
Yeah, besides the process that I mentioned of the single audit, and the federal HHS staff would be looking at that. There is, OIG responsible for like COVID funding, for example. I've not heard of any of that going on in the state.
Any additional? Senator Clemens?
Thank you, Mr. Olson. The Department of Labor was part of their problem with unemployment being expanded by the federal government, and they contracted a bunch of extra employees. Did that contribute to their information problems?
I can offer my opinion on that. They saw a 10x in unemployment claims as a result of COVID, and part of the federal rules that allowed to get that money, or the preference to get that money out in an expedited fashion, loosened controls. And when you loosen controls, you have errors, you have potential for fraud, right? And so nationwide, that was the result of how the federal government implemented that additional COVID money for unemployment insurance. And so that was the largest factor.
And we're going to have $1 billion of ARPA money distributed a lot of it through DED. And have you worked with agencies to ensure that they don't end up with problems like that going forward?
Yeah, so we have been working with agencies, and my office is responsible for the federal reporting on that particular pot of money, the $1 billion. There are others involved, military budget, Deloitte. So we have, a large group of individuals with eyes on that. We've gone through the guidance and prepared forms for them to report back to us their federal spend.
And will that be something the Appropriations Committee could find out how the process is working? If money is being distributed properly and accounted for?
Yeah, so the Appropriations Committee and the larger Senate body appropriated that $1 billion across 19 different agencies. And when I say agency, I include the university and state colleges in that. We file quarterly reports on obligated and spent amounts by program. So some of those agencies have multiple programs, like you mentioned, DED. And so certainly those would be available to view kind of, how much you've appropriated by fiscal year. You can see how the trend is going in terms of obligation and spend. Is that kind of what you're after?
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. That information is available.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Wishart.
I'm glad that Senator Clements brought up just the amount of ARPA funds that are sitting in different departments, and that sort of sunset date that's coming up, and so the quickness with which they're going to need to spend those dollars. Understanding what happened to the Department of Labor and the fact that when you are not staffed up, because this is one-time funding, to handle the amount of money. I mean, DED has a significant amount of money and a small team. I'll put them as an example. How does your office help these departments prepare so that what happened with the Department of Labor doesn't happen in any of these instances? And how can you flag and what are the systems in place for understanding when a department might be getting overwhelmed with the amount of money they have and the staff that they have and the quickness with which those dollars need to go out?
Yeah. A couple of comments on that as it relates to unemployment insurance. That was, a turnaround time of months. We have people who need to buy basic needs because they're out of work. The ARPA funds, by federal rule, they have to be obligated by December of 2024 and spent by December of 2026. So there's a longer runway there to help, account for what do we need for staffing requirements, what do we need for subrecipient monitoring, and who's going to do it, right? And so, as I mentioned, we have all the funds are residing in military funds. We have everything consolidated. And from a reporting perspective, that lets us control and manage that much better than having, 30 different pots of money distributed to all the agencies. And so that's one step we're taking. Everything funnels through one central point and fund. And we split that out by business unit so we can, we set a control in the system, a grant level. So whatever you've appropriated, they can't exceed that by an appropriation level or a grant level when it's split out into multiple buckets. And then you appropriated to the military department for administrative funds. And so some of that administrative funding is being used to help bolster anything we need from, any outside assistance from, a consultant or that sort of thing.
So do you anticipate that there will be departments that will come in with this next year's budget and say, we're going to need to staff up for these next 2 years to meet the obligations?
I don't know that I can answer that question on behalf of the agencies. I think a lot of the money may be pivoting into like kind of programs that they're already generally used to implementing and running. And so if they have the staff in place, they may be able to manage it. There may be others that are requesting, additional FTE for a short term.
Any additional questions?
Yeah. You brought along the contract for the Deloitte or whatever.
Yes.
I guess, talk a little bit about that. What the main reason is, because basically to make sure that they help, that the work is done properly, or is it because of shortage of staff, or what was the general concept?
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. So as we were going through, COVID-19 for the 2021 audit, we were already engaging to get a contract signed so that they could assist with the staffing needs because our bandwidth was stretched thin. In between that interim time, we then had our ACFR manager left her position. And so they came in about October, same time we lost that position as well, both to help review, give recommendations, and just be support for getting into our software and helping us to, reconcile things and get the
So their main scope of work though is going to be to make sure that you get your report on time, and that hopefully we won't have issues with the audit going forward, or?
Well, again, we were at the midpoint, and so they came in, not at an ideal time to make the December deadline, and so they were there to help get the work done. But in 2021, without our manager where we were on staff, it wasn't realistic to hit that December 15th goal. This year, now having full staff from the get-go, their focus has been on a new GASB standard for accounting for leases.
Senator Colderman.
Yeah, sorry I had to leave a few minutes ago, but I have just a basic question for you. It's my understanding that Jason Jackson's not working at the present time at DAS. Who's in charge?
I still have calls and talk with Director Jackson. He keeps up on this project in particular. But the interim acting director is the budget administrator, Lee Will.
Lee Will.
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
And how long will Jason Jackson be gone?
I think for the next about 2 months, and then he'll be returning.
How long has he been gone?
His overall leave is about 4 months, I believe. So he's been gone about 2 months.
Okay, thank you.
On the contract that you entered into with Deloitte, I never saw a request for appropriation. Is there a scope on when you have to come to appropriations and get approval for an expenditure such as this? Or I always thought you had to come to talk to us about it.
So we have one fund, and it's a internal service fund. And so our revenue comes from rates that we charge to operate our operations from IT, central finance, internal control, payroll, reporting.
So that's your slush fund that you could use?
No, sir, it's just our internal operating funds.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the other thing that caught my eye, and this makes no sense to me, is why you can't keep your fixed asset accounting right. It's called capital assets, I guess, to be accurate. And there's programs out there.
Yeah. Capital assets has been a pain point. When they're in the system, they generally work fine. We have a lot of projects ongoing in the state, so part of it's IT projects. That can be a
Capital item or not.
it can be a capital item, and it depends on whether it's off the shelf or whether you're internally developing it. And then, of course, you have your buildings and your equipment. So we've worked a lot with agencies on understanding the GASB says when something is substantially completed, that is the time frame of which you need to capitalize it. That involves an entry into the accounting system. We've struggled with getting them to do that timely, where, hey, you've been occupying this building for 18 months. Why is it not in the accounting system? So we've been more on top of them. This year, we've got actually Caleb Wood, our manager of this project. He personally put together that information, and he actually is the one that audited it last year. So he's got a great acumen for all things capital assets. And so we've had training over the last couple of years, particularly on that focus on when something is substantially completed. You know, you turn on production in an IT system, you occupy a building, that's when you need to be reporting it to us. And there are other components that have been sources of errors, such as what is your retainage payable on a project? You know, we need that AIA document that says you're 80% completed and you owe $20,000 of already completed work that you're not going to pay us till the end because it's retainage. So we
Just don't let them change the beginning balances anymore.
yeah.
Without somebody telling you what to do. In any event, any additional questions? I appreciate you being here. I appreciate your patience with us. I'm sure you're as frustrated as we are, maybe even more. And I appreciate all the work that you've done in the interim.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate the opportunity.
Hopefully it'll be really smooth, right?
We've got the best team in place that I've ever seen in.
Well, you stole it
State
from the
County.
state auditor's office.
Yeah, I know. I hope we can still be friends, but I have still a couple.
Well, I got an X on your picture.
Dartboard, right? Thank you.
Thank you. State auditor, please. He's coming up next. He's going to sabotage you. Well, it's still morning, so good morning.
I was just going to look. I have good morning in my notes, so I was going to check to see.
Close.
Well, good morning, Appropriations Committee. For the record, my name is Craig Kubicek, CraigKubicek, and I am the Deputy State Auditor for the Nebraska Auditor of Public Accounts. We were asked to be available for just some discussion items and then any questions that you may have regarding the 2021 ACFR and then the 2022 ACFR that's currently going on. With me today, I have Chris Kuchera. She is a manager with our office and also signs the ACFR for our office. And Russ Karpusek, who is our legislative liaison. If there's some specific questions that I can't answer, I might relay those to Chris, but I'll do my best to answer those questions on the 22. Just our staff's working hard on the 22 audit. There has been some things that has caused us some issues. Phil has alluded to several of those is just staffing. We lost 25 years of experience on our ACFR team. Going to DAS. We also lost another member of our ACFR team from last year that went to a private CPA firm. And so those three people alone was 3,600 hours. I looked this morning, 3,600 hours was spent on the ACFR team in those three people. So as you can imagine, Phil alluded to it takes 3 years. I would say it's probably a little more with all the GASB stuff going on to get new people trained, and we're struggling to not only retain people but hire qualified CPAs from schools and those sort of things. So just getting new people on that ACFR audit has kind of been a struggle for our office. I think like Phil alluded to, their side's going to be better, but it did put a kind of a dent into our ACFR team and that testing.
How short are you on your staff?
I mean, we're about 5 or 6, and I'm doing everything.
We appropriated 5 more positions.
You did, and I asked for a couple more this year, and that seems kind of weird, but the need is there. I mean, it's just trying to get people. I present at pretty much every school there is, college in Nebraska, do some fraud, kind of get them excited about auditing in school and those sort of things, and then, going to different Meet the Firm events, and we increased our starting wage to try and promote that. But I think part of our budget request is to not only retain people but up some of those amounts, because CPAs right now and qualified accountants is down. I mean, I presented the Society of CPAs a few months ago, and they asked who's struggling hiring, and I don't think anybody did not raise their hand. So there is a big need, and we're constantly having to balance agencies, DAS, university, and then other private CPA firms from coming to get our people, because they know of we have great people, we have great training, we still have great people, but it's hard when we lose two great people to the ACFR team as well as to others. So Phil mentioned just a little bit on the getting us stuff timely, and I would agree with that. The only part of that is some of the dates that we agreed to got pushed back. DAS is giving us stuff basically twice a month in batches. And so, for example, in the past, we'd get something on September 2nd. Now that's 9/15, September 15th. And so that's caused a little bit of a problem in our office. Just we're now getting stuff bi-monthly as opposed to throughout the month. And that can be kind of a staffing, if we get through this set of stuff early in the month, and then we got to wait till the 15th, for example, or the 30th for the next set of information. So while we haven't fully tested a lot of things, I think that, yes, it's probably on their side, the stuff's going to be more accurate, but it has been, it can cause us problems just because of, the delay in getting that information.
Is the information you're getting so far accurate?
I don't know if I can say that. I mean, we have to be a little careful, discussing our work papers, since this is a public meeting.
Right.
We can have some discussions off to the side. And like I said, just getting our new people on the ACFR process. And so we haven't fully, tested the accruals and the fixed assets and all that stuff to get a good idea of the accuracy. But I know they've upped their team, so they're, doing a lot better review of the information that's provided to our office.
I'm less concerned about the report and the timeliness as I am what's happening that you have seen at agency level and what needs to be done, especially in some of the all the agencies, but definitely in the larger agencies. And maybe comment on where a lot of those errors that you cited and material weaknesses, you probably ought to ask you to actually elaborate on what a material weakness is, mostly for the record and for the folks.
Yeah, but just that, I think you alluded to it earlier, you just can't rely on the information. And so if you can't do that, you have a material weakness in the financials, and the materiality is a pretty big number.
Was there agencies that you can point to where the information was less accurate?
I think as Phil alluded to, labor was the big one and can possibly cause issues, in this year's ACFR as well. The biggest thing I think we're running into, at least this year from an agency perspective, and I can allude to the past issues as well, but is just the timeliness of getting information from agencies. We do testing at multiple agencies for the ACFR, and some of those big agencies, they pretty much have an automatic response that, hey, we'll get this to you in 3 weeks. There's a statute that requires them to get us information in 3 weeks. So that's their automatic response. And it's like, well, if you can get it to us sooner, why are you just automatically responding, that it's with the 3-week deadline? I just had to email a director this week because we have several things that are outside that 3-week period. And so that's caused, delays as well, as far as, we send a request out, now we got to move on to something else. And then wait, now it's 4 weeks later, I got, this question that I asked, and now I'm getting a response to it.
That's disappointing. Bottlenecks. Tell me where the bottlenecks were in your process as you related to this particular.
Yeah, I think Phil alluded to many of them. I think, the information flowing upstream to DAS and the lack of staffing over there to was there an adequate review of the information prior to it being submitted to our office in the past. And I think the staffing and those issues that Phil brought up, probably, a lot of that information wasn't being fully checked prior to being submitted to us in the past, which I think taking 25 years of experience from my staff has probably helped in that area.
Yeah, we'll put a moratorium on that. Questions? Any questions? I think you have to communicate it almost on a continuing basis. We've all read the report. We're all pretty disappointed. I think Phil will agree to that. He's probably more disappointed than anybody. But I guess for this committee's purpose, they've got to stay on top of, is this system working or isn't it working? And then we need to really kind of focus on an agency level. What is needed there? The idea that we're still doing things with paper, the idea that we can't balance or don't catch an entry that's put in the wrong place or put in just flat out wrong.
Mm-hmm.
We've got to catch those. I mean, it's got to be timely. People trying to make decisions and can't rely on the information. I don't understand that. So
Yeah, and I think, just like us, I think there's turnover in those accounting departments as well. And I'm sure they struggle just like we do trying to find qualified, staff. So
any additional questions? Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. You talked about, do you still expect your audit report this year to be out on time? You just talked about staffing.
At this time, it would be very hard for us to get it done on time with the current, there was close to 200 findings last year that we have to respond by. We lost 3,600 hours of qualified staff hours. DS will probably meet their deadlines, but I've alluded to Phil, just based on these timeliness of getting the information, it's very hard to, and we're doing our best. We're doing everything we can to. We're taking people away, but this is not just the one audit we do. Right now we're doing university, colleges. They pushed back the budget deadline for everybody in the state to submit their budget to our office to September 30th. So we got over 2,000 budgets on September 30th that we got to review by November 1st. And so obviously, as you can imagine, that takes more than one person to do. So we'll do our best, but.
Why'd they push it back 30 days?
Several different issues, but they added a hearing that you had to have a new public hearing, joint public hearing.
Pink cards, added a hearing. That's one of the.
And so, we lost 10 days there. As you can probably imagine, it takes several staff of ours just to try and get those timely.
Okay, I do not have any additional questions. Anyone else? Anybody on the phone? Seeing none, thank you for your time. Any additional testifiers? And I waive my closing, and that concludes our hearing on LR 405. Thank you again, Phil, for your efforts and being patient with us.
Cool. We're done. We got done by 12.